What's up? How goes it? Rar XD. Guys, it's wait, it's not Sunday? Ah, shit. What day is it? Son of a gun. Dooch. It's going good though. What's happening, guys? Yeah, we're doing bonus content tonight. Which, speaking of which, I should probably, since it's Sam Riding's bonus content, first time hearing me conversate. Nice, welcome. We're going to be recording some bonus content for the members only playlist. And it's going to be fun. You guys can ask whatever you want, say whatever you want. I don't even give a hoot. A hoot or a holler. Okay, wait. Sam Riding. Let's see. I'm gonna, yeah, let me pin this. Bonus content by Sam Riding. We're gonna link his Substack in case you want to support him over there. He is a big contributor to the channel in that regard for bonus content, true crime. But yeah, how's everybody doing? How's their Saturday going? Finally submitted a story, so I'm excited to hear it. One of these days, maybe like a creepy childhood experience, something. Okay, nice. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for submitting. Boner content. Absolute biggest boner in town. How long have we been doing this now? Oh man, we've been doing YouTube probably 2014. What's up, Maul? Did I get your story? I don't know, dude. I don't go through the emails and stuff. Unless, like, last stream we kind of, like, needed it for the paranormal stuff. So I was, like, able to grab one quick. From our contributor. I found a remote job as a web developer, just waiting for a schedule. I was worried because I hear the job market isn't good. I'm very happy with the new job. Nice, Stoic. I'm happy for you. Working from home. Sounds awesome. Oh my gosh. Pradeep's been going crazy, dude. I think he's got shit. Hey, what are you doing? What's the matter, bud? I don't know. Like, when I start streaming lately, he just, like, starts going nuts. And I think it's because he, like, can tell he's not getting attention or something. Which seems strange. He could just join me in here. Join me in the dojo. Have you tried Fruit Riot? It's like Warheads, but with real frozen fruits. No, that sounds awesome. But I did try Mega Bonk. Have you guys played the game Mega Bonk? I remember listening, my daughter was born. She's 7 now. You've been here through it all. You're appreciated. Thank you. That's crazy. That is wild. Time flies. I hope she's doing okay. Hopefully school's not too rough. Listening to my brother's Battlefielding. Nice, dude. Yeah, Battlefield 6 looks actually sick as fuck. I need to get on it. I just did an entire shift as a security officer with nothing but your Let's Read playlist. Let's go, dude. How was that? Did you have to blow a whistle at anybody or shoot a harpoon or something? At any zombies? Let's read on from Utah, bro. How do you have a daughter, man? I've been watching you since I was a kid. How do I have a daughter? Me? Or is that I don't have one. Have you heard about the Twitch girl scandal? I have not heard the Twitch girl scandal. Let's hear it. Let's get the tea. Let's get the latest TT. Me and my boyfriend love you. Thank you for allowing us to sleep every night. You're welcome. Appreciate you. Thank you guys for listening. Sleep is the key to sanity and freedom. When you go to sleep, you enter a different realm, a different reality where we all share. There's probably people all over the world that have like shared dreams and they have no idea. Sarah R. Lady, thank you for the choose. Tonight's poll is Louisiana Swamp or Appalachia? Yo, good question, actually. Poll. Starting the poll. Swamp or woods? Poll started. Thought medication was the key to sanity. Yeah, not quite. It's probably just needs some sleep. So yeah, the Twitch girl drama was a Twitch streamer got assaulted. Alright, let's look this up. Let's get to the bottom of this. We're an investigative journalist with the help of Google. Twitch streamer assaulted Twitch con. And Twitch isn't going to do a single thing about it. Yes, according to multiple reports, the streamer Emaru, real name Emily Shunk, was assaulted during a meet and greet at TwitchCon 2025. And at the event, a male attendee approached Emaru during a meet and greet, grabbed her without consent, and attempted to kiss her. Security intervened and removed the individual from the venue, and the platform Twitch announced the person was banned from the platform and from in-person events. The incident has sparked outcry among fans and other streamers, calling into question the adequacy of security measures at the event. Guys, you promise not to tell anybody that I'm the kisser. I'm the TwitchCon kisser. Listen. If I've been watching you on stream for years at this point, and I find you attractive, don't I get at least one smooch? Just a little peck on the lips is all I'm asking. There's some more security or vetting of the people out there. I mean, if you really think about it, like if it's a meet and greet, and, you know, they're just kind of like allowing people through. Like, what are you supposed to like vet with a person whose plan is to like run up and like grab you and kiss you? Like, sure, if someone could have like reacted a little bit faster, but I don't know. To like really expect much any more from security than it's already there. You really just kind of like hope that, you know, unless she could create like a sick ass force field around her. What's on the menu? We got The Califan Hotel by Sam Riding. It's going to be part of the bonus content. They're not paid enough. Yeah, and they're probably not like professional enough or whatever, so I don't know. I don't know, man. Just crazy people are always going to crazy. And I don't even know if you would ever anticipate the extent of crazy someone's going to crazy on you whenever you're a world famous sort of person. Why streaming Saturday instead of Sunday? It's a bonus content, baby. Bonus content. Stream. Who's ready? Who's ready and steady? Yeah, and you're literally doing a meet and greet with 10,000 nerds. Like 10,000 terminally online nerds that watch an Emaru stream. I think we can guarantee at least 28% of those. That's 2,800 of those 10,000 nerds are going to be weirdos who haven't showered and haven't had the warmth of a woman in many moons. Any advice for bloating? I don't think I gained weight while looking for a job because I'm going to the gym, but I drank more coffee and more sparkling water. Well, I mean, if it's sparkling water, I mean, probably some degree of, just gaseous bloat or whatever. You could just switch to normal water and then minimize like your salt intake from salty foods and carbohydrates and stuff like that. Or if you really want to feel better, just look up how to do a period of intermittent fasting or 24-hour fast. You know, there's techniques on how to do it on the internet and stuff. What's the scariest thing that's happened to me? Oh, fuck, man. Overwatch, probably. Playing that game for 8 years of my life. You're a nerd too. I think we're all nerds, dude. I mean, are we really gonna sit here and say that all of us terminally online weirdos aren't just gonna immediately see someone who's of mediocre internet fame and not want to lick their face? Come on, let's get real. We are no different than the beasts of the mire. Did you say you got recognized by a fan in person and it freaked you out? No, I don't think that's ever happened to me. That would probably freak me out. Joel, I love your channel. Like if they just came up to me and said that, and then just kept walking and be like, oh my god, wait. I'd have to chase them down. And then they would be like, I'm being raped. I'm being raped, somebody please. Like, no, he said he knew me. He said he knew me. It's a Saturday night and we're all deaf weirdo guys, but that's okay. Yeah, it's fine to be weird, dude. What the fuck else are we gonna go do? Let's think of the things we could go do. We could go find the love of our life, or we could sign on the internet and listen to someone ramble on about fucking nothing for hours while getting some quality fucking creepypastas in. You heard? You heard me? Home invasions? Like, you want us to invade people's homes on a Saturday? Glad you're streaming. I ran out of things I wanted to watch today while working. What's XWX? Is that some sort of gang sign? Swamp Dweller or Woods? What's Swamp Dweller up to? Is he doing okay? I was almost kissed by a fat, bald guy that smelled like he hadn't showered in a week. So? Was he cute? Sarah part 2? I don't know, yeah, you have to ask Axeman if he ever wants to do a Sarah part 2. He should, honestly, at this point. Maybe he wants to not touch it ever again. Shrimp emoji. Chicken Jackie. Scariest thing that happened to me when I was walking out on the beach and I went on a abandoned theme park and I saw a girl with black hair going down the stairs. Oh, like a ghosty ghost? Shrimps is bugs. This is true. Sea bugs. Just add a little butter and salt and we're good. How's the gymnasium? It's okay. I think we're on a good track right now with like leadership and direction. It's just making sure we like cross all the T's and dot the lowercase J's. This is your real voice, ain't it? What if someone recognized your voice in public? Honestly, then I'd be impressed. I would be genuinely impressed. Alright guys, should we read some stories? These ones are going to be fun. Honestly, there's nothing more I love than Sam Riding's bonus content. Do we have any moderators here today? Any moderators? What's our theme for tonight? So it's called the Califan Hotel. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to spoil it for you. Since it's Halloween time, let me send you some stories from the world of the funeral business. I have a lot since I've grown up in the funeral home my whole life. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah, I remember I had a roommate in college whose like family ran a funeral home. Dude, can I tell you some of the shit that he told me about? Now, granted, it wasn't... I don't know. I don't remember much of it. I just remember, like, I think he had, like, a pool... Like, it was, like, a half funeral... It was, like, a half home, half funeral home, right? And, like, / morgue or whatever, you know, like, wherever you, like, stick goo into a body to make it not dissolve. And, like, he was just saying, like, he was home alone at one point, and... some sort of like ghastly being came like out of the pool. Like he saw like its like ghastly figure of sorts like with like in the pool. And then it was like of his home, right? And then it was like ascending out of the pool to him. And then like essentially like he, you know, it was like such a surreal thing. This is like when I was a freshman in college. This is another, you know, 18, 19-year-old dude telling me this, and you know, he says that it chases him all the way to his like laundry room where he like locks himself in, and then he just says the thing paces back and forth for like a long ass time while he's like screaming for it to leave him alone. And like, I don't know, I guess it eventually did or whatever, or he like, I know it sounds like surreal, but he had like quite a few things happen to him when he was there. Do I believe him? Maybe, I don't know. It seems like a lot of people who lived in funeral homes had quite a bit of strange encounters and things of that nature. Yeah, is it called an embalming room? I have no idea. It was yeah, maybe it was. He wanted to dance with him at the bottom of the ocean. Alright. I adopted a cat 3 days ago who was hit by a car 2 weeks ago and has broken pelvis, and I literally feel like he's my soul cat. I already have 2 cats, and I had cats my whole life, but he's special. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I imagine that you'll be able to heal him back to fight and shape. That's the noises he's going to make whenever he's good. I believe in ghosts when there's real evidence, which is fine. Yeah, I don't blame you. The realm of the paranormal is like just one of those ones where you either are like super, super into it, and like everybody in your community is into it, in which case if they are into it, it almost like amplifies its energy and its manifestations, or you're just not. And I think that's kind of where we've come in this modern day. It's just, now I think we want to manifest God with the use of supercomputer AI bullshit. Who needs demons from the spiritual realm when you can make them with computers? Do I need cardio if I lift heavy 4 to 5 times a week? Yeah, I would say you would, because I've heard like increasing your overall, even if it's just like 20 minutes of like incline walking, or like walking with a weighted vest or something like that, or doing the stair stepper, as long as you're like busting a sweat for like 20 to 30 minutes, you know, maybe 3 days a week or 3 to 5 days a week. Obviously it's kind of hard to pull off if you're already like lifting that much. But you know, you might get into it, you might figure it out, and it's just like part of your routine. But anyways, the point being is that like that blood flow and that level of like cardiovascular activity will both increase your capability, both with lifting and how many reps you can do, but also just like generally, you know, burn more calories in case you're trying to like lose weight. It will also like increase general like from what I hear, blood flow and like healing ability, so your muscles can actually like grow more. So I don't know, but I definitely hear it seems like you're gonna want to have a good mixture of both zone 2 cardio, you know, and weightlifting if you want to have like the longest lifespan essentially. When I was a kid, less than 10 years old, I think, I used to dream about an animal similar to a small bear that used to talk to me when I was standing below a tree. That's pretty cool. How long did that last? Is this replacing tomorrow's? Well, apparently we're already like 4 weeks, so it's going to be another compilation video that I think I released on a Sunday last time, but that was just a miscommunication. Misinput. You hit the heavy bag. Bag work is good for cardio and pretty much a full body. Well, yeah, hitting the bag is freaking super, super exhausting. So I respect that for sure. But, you know, do whatever makes you happy as far as cardio goes. Sometimes you just need to find fucking something. It's a lifting room, enabling room. Is lifting room. What about dropping and doing 20 to 100? What are you talking about? Okay. Anyways, we are going to... I gotta make sure I'm saying this right. The Califan Hotel. Dude. Actually, let me just, I really don't want to fudge this up. Oops. How to say... Oh my god, how to say Califan. What's this poll? I have no idea. So Califan. Okay. Let's get it. Macaulay Culkin Hotel, yeah. It is late October in the Colorado Rockies, and the snow is coming down thick. You sit behind the wheel of your vehicle, tires grinding against the virgin pack, watching as the road ahead becomes a haze of swirling snowflakes. As the wind howls through the pines on either side of you, and mountain peaks are swallowed by the blizzard, you slow to a cautious crawl. The yellow center line begins to disappear under fine powder, and soon, the world around you becomes a soup of endless white. After navigating a hair-raisingly sharp turn, you spot a hand-painted sign calling out to you from the murk. The Colifin Hotel, it reads. Take the next right. Deciding that perhaps some overnight shelter is in order, you keep your eyes peeled for the turn. Minutes later, you encounter a second sign marking a snow-carpeted byway, and as you drive down the track, a large multi-story structure emerges from the haze of falling snow. Then under getting closer, then upon. A May with a 5. Hi Joe, I love you. Love you too. Bro, what's happening? Do I vote? I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to vote again, to be honest. I don't think I care anymore. Is that okay? Is it okay to not care? It happened many times. I remember I was the one talking in the dream and I knew the animal understood me. Every time I dreamt about it, it was always below a massive tree. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You should write it down. Shake my head. Oh no, I'm already being shamed. Guys, can you type shame in the chat so you can shame me? I need to be shamed. Shamed and spanked for not doing the thing. It's new material to the culture, you can't go wrong. All the AI stuff, but demons on top of it. Hell yeah. What are you talking about? For shame. Thank you, guys. I just want to know that I'm a disappointment to someone else's experience on Earth. What's up, Lucy? You got your sussy Baka air fryer. Oh, that's right. Yeah, how's that going, dude? Isn't that thing sick? Take responsibility. I know. You know what? Instead of voting, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna storm the Capitol. How about that, guys? I'll just get right to the source. But then you get there and you're like, hello? Hello? Anybody here? Does anybody in the government actually show up to their place of work? I'm just kidding. Sounds like it'd be a success since you're already erased in the sci-fi department horror builds. It could be really cool. I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm a little behind. Run for government position and make spooky stories required during the month of October. It's going to be my first decree. We're going to just... Guys, I'm going to bring back monarchies. I'm going to bring back an Islamic Caliphate monarchy in Pennsylvania that's run and controlled through the buying and selling of oil. Can I just do that? Can we just do that here? And I'll be in charge of it? I'll get a big flowing white suit. I'll have a freaking tiger and a lion and a bear as a pet that roams about my marble-floored mansion/castle. And we'll do Sheets runs. You can be the cook. Yeah, you can cook in there. But you have to stay in that kitchen all the time. There's going to be like a little room, a gaming zone. You can be my bodyguard. Dude, everybody's going to have a purpose in this kingdom. As you drive down the track, okay. As you drive down the track, a large multi-story structure. You can be my long-lost pen pal. As you drive down the track, a large multi-story structure emerges from the haze of falling snow. Then upon getting closer, you spy a handful of vehicles sitting stationary in what appears to be the hotel's parking lot. After guiding your own toward... Oh, my own car. Duh. John Blaze, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Guys, under my monarchy, I will give you purpose. There is nothing in my life that I have ever desired more than to be some degree a bloodthirsty war chieftain. And all of you will exist peacefully as, you know, enforcers, essentially, within that war chieftendom. I remember when I was home alone, I've always hear a random thump or weird noise upstairs when I'm alone downstairs and none of my family at home during the nighttime. Dude, it's probably a freaking, axe murderer, do you think? Like someone there to eat, like turn you into meat? After guiding your own towards them and bringing it to a stop, you climb out of your driver's seat to face the frigid gale. God, I'm not ready for these words. They're too cool. What's the usual length page-wise? You can, try to keep your stories maybe like 1,500 words, 2,500 maybe. After guiding your own towards them and bringing it to a stop, you climb out of your driver's seat to face the frigid gale. Biting winds nip at your nose and cheeks, whipping snowflakes against your face as you drag your luggage from the trunk. Then... Then... What are we reading? This is bonus content by Samuel Riding. Then, after slamming it shut and locking your car, you begin trudging through snow towards the hotel. It looms large as you approach, its pitted black stone exterior giving the appearance of a dark shadow against the stark white landscape. Pointed arch windows hold decorative panes of stained glass, while the heavy oak doors studded with iron rivets and engraved spirals. The hotel is discordant, architectural symphony. The hotel is a discordant architectural symphony of Victorian and Gothic revival, and is crowned with tall, narrow spires topped with finial... Sorry, what's this word? I've not seen this word before, sir. Dobby has not read this one before. How come every time Dobby was on screen in Harry Potter, he never got his head squished with like a mallet? That's what always impresses me, is every time he spoke, he should have had his head like smushed with a mallet and it explodes, but then it like grows back. Because that's like what his whole species is for, is to be killed for our entertainment. How do you say this word? Finial. A usually foliated ornament forming an upper extremity, especially in Gothic architecture. Interesting. How was your collab with T6? I was so surprised to hear your voice. This is good. I mean, like, collabs in the realm of this, it's probably a long time ago, I guess, at this point, but all you really have to do is send each other recordings, and then you just put them in there, and it's kind of like a cross-promo type thing. Like, do you like this guy's voice? Well, you're gonna love this guy's voice. Would you still stream if there are only, like, 30 people in here? Honestly, maybe, because it's really just the YouTube views that I care the most about, because as far as overall direction for the channel. But it would be sad if what I'm reading, we just suddenly lost everybody. What if it was just 2 people? Well, I might as well just go read. Just invite 2 homeless people into my house while I record my stories. I'd give them both like a handle of Vlad, and they can just kind of pass out listening to me in the corner in a cot in a pile of their own piss. The hotel is a discordant architectural symphony of Victorian and Gothic revival, and is crowned with tall, narrow spires topped with finial claws of rusted iron. It cuts an imposing figure, but you've little choice but to either head inside or continue to brave the storm. You push your way through the front entrance to find that, despite its daunting exterior, the hotel's lobby exudes a welcoming warmth. Along with a smoky aroma which radiates from a crackling fireplace, the air carries the sweet, comforting scents of cloves, orange zest, and varnished antiques. The floor is a mosaic of polished, monochrome marble arranged in neat, ordered squares, and while overstuffed armchairs upholstered in dark oh my god. Sam knows all these cool-ass words, man. He's the wordsmith. Wordsmithington. Wort. Joel, would you pay $100 for GTA 6? Honestly, yes. But I don't care about the multiplayer unless the multiplayer was good, and GTA is not really known for good multiplayer. Like, it's just sort of like go and do chaos with your friends kind of thing. That being said, like, to play the single player and just like the experience of GTA 6, I probably would pay $100. Would I be disappointed? Yeah, because I don't want games to go down the road of being unaffordable, you know? Have you played Resident Evil Village? Which one's that? That's the one with the werewolves, right? I think I've seen most of it played. And I remember there was something really funny in that game where, like, they used a certain asset for, like, the leaves and some sort of, like, it was like a pile of wood, and it was very clearly like an asset from like a game engine that I had seen somewhere else. I don't know, it was like identical. It was kind of funny. Brocade. A rich silk fabric with raised patterns in gold and silver. A fabric characterized by raised designs. A brocade. Huh. Learning something every day. Have you played Sally Face? I have not. What's that one about? I have played Megabonk. Are you guys excited about me playing Megabonk? I was thinking, I haven't been in Facebook jail in a while. I'm either slacking or I haven't given many fucks as I'm used to. I'm going with the latter. Or like as far as like arguing with people. I'm honestly so over this idea of just like censoring people, like in a manner in which is like very blatantly like one-sided to like their perspectives. Have I played Metal Slug? Yeah, Metal Slug's one of my most favorite shooting games, bullet hells ever. And dude, honestly, tell me how the fuck they've not made a modern... That's what's so weird to me. You have such opportunity for like old IPs, and then they just like never do it. Like Metal Slug, you have such an opportunity to make like a bullet hell style game, but in the realm and art style of Metal Slug, and they just don't. And then that's why I'm just like, at this point I kind of feel like I don't know if Japanese games are good or bad. I have no idea. They just don't seem to like care. Megabonk is one of those games that you get easily addicted to. Yeah, dude, it's as soon as I get going, I'm just like, I love this shit. But there's not like, I don't know, there's only like 2 maps, so you kind of just get stuck. Whereas I feel like with Vampire Survivors, there was just so much shit, so much content. Now, granted, I mean, I didn't get that till like way later, but imagine Metal Slug, but Little Nightmare style 3D side-scroller. Apparently, what's it called? Reanimal. I don't know exactly how it plays out, but I heard that it has some weapons. It was basically a Little Nightmare with like a gun, and I was like, that's fucking sick. Which is why I'm so glad you found your channel, because so many platforms are used for toxicity and drama. Hey, no worries. I mean, I talk about drama from time to time, give my hot takes, but I mean, how many times have you seen something fucking stupid on the internet? Whether it's politics, whether it's like little petty drama between 30-year-old, like literal 30-year-old people having drama with each other on the internet, and then you turn it off and you're like, wait a second, this has fucking nothing to do with me, and I don't care at all, and it's really not important. And I guess that's kind of my approach to most of it anyways. Okay, sorry. Anyways. Wart. I saw you, broski. I warded you. I warded you. What's up, mercenary? What are you doing? The floor is a mosaic of polished monochrome marble arranged in neat, ordered squares, while overstuffed armchairs, upholstered in dark brocade, are arranged around low mahogany tables which bear vases of fresh flowers. Crossing the lobby, the pendulum of an opulent grandfather clock swings back and forth as the faint scratch of 20's two-beat can be heard drifting from unseen phonograph. Damn. 20's two-beat. I assume the 1920s in a form of music called two-beat, which I'd never heard before, but I can imagine in a phonograph. I guess we'll look it up real quick. The Hassan stuff has nothing to do with you, but it honestly pisses me off. Yeah, isn't it weird how addictive that is, though? Phonograph, okay. It's like, it's so addicting just like hating on somebody and like praying for their downfall. But, I don't know. I guess I get hit where it's like, it just gets very, you kind of get over it and you're like, alright, that person is never going to see any repercussions for how shitty, like, because there's so many people on the internet that like do stuff and then get like completely crucified, and then other people just like, they literally try to like break the record for the amount of controversies they have, and it almost seems like they're actively rewarded for it, and it's fucking weird. Hello, Joel. I have a meeting with a financial advisor tomorrow. Anson, I'm thinking of canceling. Getting major anxiety about speaking to him. How come? What's even to be anxious about? Financial advisor. All he's going to be like is like, yeah, we're going to put your money into a, aggressive, investment thing where you try to make 10% every year or some shit, right? You have a favorite story? Not really. Pancakes or waffles? Has to be like really fresh waffles if it is waffles. Oh, it's the Durst story. Yeah, Durst was the best. Ashes to ashes, Durst to Durst. Crossing the lobby, the pendulum of an opulent grandfather clock swings back and forth as the faint scratch of 20's two-beat can be heard drifting from an unseen phonograph. The sounds of your footsteps are suddenly swallowed by a plush maroon rug that extends towards the front desk. Behind the polished slab of ebony stands a man, tall and gaunt with angular features. His skin is pale and pockmarked, while thinning gray hair frames a pair of piercing blue eyes. The man wears a tailored black suit with a high-collared shirt. And as he sees you, his lips stretch into a wide, unsettling smile. "Good evening, sir," he says in a low, velvet voice, "and welcome to the Califan Hotel. I trust this is your first time checking in?" He smiles as you nod. "A new guest," he exclaims softly. "How exciting. I'm pleased to say we have a number of rooms available to you this evening, all of which we hope will exceed your every expectation. But before I take your name, I thought I might explain this establishment's raison d'etre. A French word. A French word! I think that's it. I called them just because I want a will and a life insurance policy I'm only 45, but he's taking all this maximum potentiality. Wait. But he's taking all this maximum potentiality portfolio stuff. Oh, well, I mean, I'm still confused what the sphere is, because it's like a will, which is literally you just distributing things to the people you want under the you know, probably unlikely circumstance that you die, right? You're going to live forever, you know that. I'm just kidding. But then a life insurance policy is just one of those things where you just had to pay like, I don't know, you know, X amount of dollars a month or something, which is more or less just a borderline scam. But so I wouldn't really say it's just to point out, that doesn't really sound like a financial advisor, just to clarify. Like, a financial advisor wouldn't do a will. A lawyer would do your will. It sounds like it's actually just a life insurance guy in general is trying to like scam you or something. I'm not really sure. This is how your shop announced the Buttersock cult in that voice. Yeah. Welcome to the Buttersock. I don't know. Just tell me well, you don't have to tell me what the name of the company is, but if you're going to one guy for a will and a life insurance policy, that sounds kind of sus. I just found a box of old Pokemon cards purchased for my son back in the day. They were in storage with old pics. Dude, that's awesome. You could probably get something on eBay for that if you want. Or maybe you could just like unbox all of them. Skrilla Davila, what's up, dude? Recently pooped inside of the cast of 3 cruel people who committed 30 million war crimes during their lunch. Thank glad I'm always missed that part. What? Say what? Oh yeah, how do you say this French terminology? Wait. Sorry, I gotta look up how to say this one thing. It's like a strange word. Raison d'être. Raison d'être. That's kind of weird. How do you say this shit? Raison d'être. Let's see how you say it in English. Raison d'être. Should I say it in the French or what? I'm not really sure. Because if like English people have a way that they say it and it's like part of their vernacular, like I don't know if you should say it. Raison d'être. Raison d'être. Alright, well, I'll just say it like that. We don't want to get too French in here. That's when things go sideways. Sharon L., thank you for the 5 gifters. To Mr. Scythe, Big Teddy, Debbie Long, Erame, and Gina Navarro. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. Oops. What did I even click on? Raison d'être. Oh my god, I gotta hear it again somehow, somewhere, somehow. Raison d'être. Raison d'être. Joe Dirta. What type of music do you listen to while working out? It could be, if it's like heavy lifting, it's like Lamb of God stuff, like heavy metal stuff. If it's like just trying to get in the mode, like if it's obviously cardio, something I can maybe like zone out to, like sort of a trance music, you know, an electronic kind of stuff. I mean, I guess just basic bodybuilding. It really could be anything from like hardcore hip hop to a little more EDM crap, you know what I mean? I'm gonna fight with my girlfriend, what do I do? You know, give her some space and then apologize later, I guess. And it's just important to communicate why you felt how you felt or whatever. But sometimes you just need a little space from somebody else while it sort of tapers down, and who knows, maybe they'll reach out to you and be like, hey, sorry for being a jerk. But before I take your name, I thought I might explain this establishment's raison d'etre, as it were. You see,
Despite our isolated location, we receive a surprisingly steady stream of guests, he explains. And much like yourself, many of them find us during decidedly vulnerable moments in their lives. I'm sure you know what I'm referring to, sir, the man says knowingly. But if you're still unsure, allow me to illustrate my point with the tale of the guest in room 237, a Mr. Charles Kaufman of Hackensack, New Jersey. Mr. Kaufman was born February 12th of 1982 to Reggie and Rosie Kaufman of Hasbrook Heights. So I'm saying that's right. 237? Is it a wink and a nod? Is it a wink and a nod, chat? Chatterton. It was a bit of a wink and a nod, sir. Hasbrook Heights. Okay, cool. It's from The Shining. Nice. Joel, do you want a diabetic cookie? Yeah, fuck yeah. Probably makes you fart, I imagine, quite a bit. How about some trap, dubstep, D&B? Yeah, I mean, you know I love D&B, trap, dubstep. I love it all, honestly. Electronic music is kind of my shit. I was only 23 degrees to a swamp over woods, but y'all don't know that's where we hide the bodies. Good freaking point. This is seriously ghost theft, is not something to joke about. Why would a diabetic cookie make you fart? Because it would have like artificial sugars in it that, you know, your body just sort of digests and farts out. It doesn't really, you know, turn it into, or like what would be some of the sugar substitutes, like the sucralose, or what's the other ones? What's the ones that they put in all that shit? It's basically just like make it so the net carbs are super low or something. You ever had to go steal your deodorant or razors and mouthwash? Not that I know of. Wouldn't it give you diarrhea? It certainly can. I remember having like sugar-free Reese's cups back in the day. I got them from like Walmart, and they're so good, right? But I just remember having like violent, you know, destructive diarrhea from eating them. And I think xylitol. That's right. Thank you. Mr. Kaufman was born February 12th of 1982 to Reggie and Rosie Kaufman of Hasbrook Heights. He was the eldest of three and enjoyed what many might describe as a happy and stable upbringing. In high school, he excelled at math and found friends among members of the school's computer club. He went on to study software engineering in college, which was also where he'd meet Rachel, the woman that had become his wife. They married in 2007, honeymooned in Maui. Then 9 months later, Rachel Kaufman gave birth to their one and only daughter, a girl they named Daisy. As time went by, Charles maintained the appearance of a loyal husband and a loving father, but what Rachel didn't know was that her husband held a deep and terrible secret. You see, when Charles Kaufman was 6 years old, his parents brought his newborn sister home from the hospital. They named her Sarah and were delighted to see her big brother taking good care of her, but around the time of Charles' 12th birthday, he began to harbor some very unsavory desires, and as a result, he began molesting his 6-year-old sister. The molestation occurred only over a period of 4 or 5 months, and Sarah grew to have no memory of the events. But what Charles did proved foundation. Okay. What's worse, when they steal feminine hygiene products? Rude. Making my butt stank. But what Charles did proved foundational to his psychological development. Later in life, he absolved himself of guilt via the belief that he'd been influenced by demonic forces he'd long since battled and defeated. But in 2014, around the time of his daughter's 6th birthday, Charles began to feel that old, familiar craving begin to rear its ugly head. He told himself that what she'd grow to forget couldn't hurt her. He told himself that what she'd grow to forget couldn't hurt her. His sister Sarah was living a happy and healthy existence, raising a family in Rhode Island. She even called around the holiday to ask how he was doing. If he did it just right, like he did the first time, then no one would get hurt. At least, that's what Charles told himself, but unfortunately for him, history did not repeat itself. And by the time she caught him, Rachel Kaufman had been long suspicious of her husband's strange new behaviors. Call it a mother's instinct, but a strange mood seemed to have overtaken Charles not long after Daisy's 6th birthday. He began coming to bed much later than usual, and whenever he did catch an early night, he'd often get up for extended periods before claiming he was merely visiting the bathroom. One night, not long after Charles had slipped out of bed, Rachel crept out into the corridor and began searching for him. She found him in their daughter's room, doing something so unspeakably disgusting that she lost her stomach right there in front of them. Her retching alerted Charles to her discovery, at which point, a most terrible conflagration. I always fuck that word up. Conflagration. Hey, Julie Wanstall and Yumme. Welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Did I change the voice? I don't really know. When I was doing the dialogue, I may have changed that voice and not even realized it. What is it? Do I keep her around or spending money, or do I don't know what you're talking about. You were talking about your girlfriend? Issue with your girlfriend? I have no idea. I have no idea, man. I mean, if you don't like somebody, I wouldn't string them along, you know what I mean? It's just going to complicate things further. Worst case scenario, you end up getting somebody pregnant or something, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Joel. Hello from Sandusky, Ohio, visiting Cedar Point. Nice. Are the parks still open right now? I guess it was a beautiful day today. Maybe we should do her a favor and break up with her. Yeah, probably. Probably best to just break up with the girl if you're just not feeling it. Also, remind me how many gifters we got tonight so I can match it for you guys. I think we're at well, not just gifters, but also how many people join or become members. Am I live right now? Yes, ma'am. Or sir. I can't see your face, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, the Halloween weekends. I've never been to. It's been years since I've been to Cedar Point. Did you hear about what happened to that Twitch girl? Very boombaclot. Yeah, it was me. I'm sorry. I needed to kiss someone. I needed to kiss someone fast. What's up, Zero? Her retching alerted Charles to her discovery, at which point, a most terrible conflagration. I gotta make sure I literally just forgot to look this up. I literally forgot. Conflagration, which is especially a large disastrous fire, a conflict, or war. Okay. Cool. Can you use it in the sentence? Pumpkin spice butt spray? Fuck yeah, dude. Shove it up right up my butt. If you gift 5 people, do they receive your personal information? They do not. No, it's random, and yeah, YouTube doesn't distribute any of your info to anybody else, I promise. Until it's a third-party data breach or something like that, which is probably soon. Her retching alerted Charles to her discovery, at which point, a most terrible conflagration erupted. Rachel said that she'd see him behind bars before a divorce attorney took everything he had. Charles claimed it wasn't what it looked like, that she was half asleep and that her mind was playing tricks on her. Rachel might have been exhausted, but she knew what she saw. And then after packing a bag and picking up their daughter, she turned her back on Charles for what proved to be the very last time. After following her down the stairs and into the home's foyer, Charles was suddenly struck by the finality of his actions. The second Rachel walked out the door, life as he knew it would be over. So in a split second of spineless self-preservation, Charles grabbed an antique ashtray from a nearby sideboard and sent it crashing into the rear of Rachel's skull. There was a sickening crunch, then Rachel fell limp. Yet as her legs crumpled beneath her, and to Charles' boundless horror, Rachel collapsed her full weight onto the body of her young daughter. With a yelp of anguish, Charles rushed to aid her, but it was too late. Splintered bone and punctured flesh had blood bubbling from her tiny lips. He considered calling an ambulance, but the evidence of his crimes had yet to be concealed. So instead of allowing her to suffer, Charles brought the ashtray down on his daughter's tiny skull over and over again and put her out of her misery. Once she'd ceased to breathe, Charles walked upstairs and took the tie from his bathrobe, and then he throttled his semi-conscious wife until she, too, ceased to breathe. With dawn fast approaching, Charles bundled up his wife and daughter into a set of dirty bedsheets, hauled them into his trunk, and then drove deep into the pine barrens to dispose of them. He despaired at the idea of animals consuming their cold and lifeless bodies. All that he'd worked so hard for quite literally turned to feces. But he knew that he had no other choice. Digging graves meant wasting time he didn't have, and unless he wanted to get himself caught, he had to act fast. Charles dumped their bodies, walked back to his car, and then drove home and went to work in the morning like nothing had ever happened. But it only took a couple of days before the phone calls started. The first came from Rachel's employers, who politely asked Charles to explain her absence. At first, he claimed that she was in Missouri visiting her parents and had taken their daughter with her. When Rachel's employers explained that her phone appeared to be switched off, Charles casually replied that her folks lived in a very rural area with spotty cell reception and that she'd almost certainly return their calls when she was able. And this brought him a little time to make his story match the reality. He finished packing their things into Rachel's suitcase, making sure to include some of his daughter's toys as well as Rachel's feminine products. He then disposed of the suitcase in the same manner as their bodies, discarded in the deep woods where only the beasts would find them. The next call came from one of Rachel's friends, and unlike her employers, she sounded very concerned when Charles picked up the phone. She'd called Rachel's parents out in Missouri, but neither had heard from her, and there had been no plans for her and little Daisy to visit. Charles tried to act confused, but Rachel's friend saw right through his act and demanded to know where she was. For just a moment, Charles considered confessing to what he'd done. He also considered claiming that when he caught Rachel harming their daughter, he temporarily... Hootie, welcome back for 46 months. Oh my god, that's almost 4 years, bro. You are great. You're great, Hootie. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you. And Nikoha with the 5 says, how's your night? I found out my ex passed away from cancer 4 days ago. In our early 20s, feel numb, can't sleep. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome. I'm very sorry to hear that. That's pretty heavy. What is this, Ryan? We're recording scary stories for the bonus content on the channel tonight. But we're just chit-chatting, being bros, you know? Bros and sistos. What's up, Pete? Guys, should I crack open a fucking Sprite? What do you think? Should we Sprite it up? Y'all ready for this? How heavy was this woman that she fell on her 6-year-old and broke her bones? I think in the beginning of the story it said she was 315 pounds. Hell yeah. She was a big ting. A big girl. Jury duty was weird. Damn. Yeah, did you get called to the next round or whatever? Straight mixer. Straight mixer. Pop a Sprite. Anybody want to pop a Sprite? Dave's hot chicken and chili. That sounds hot. Honestly, sometimes I feel like I get like more horny for food than the normal thing. I don't know about you guys. He also considered claiming that when he caught Rachel harming their daughter, he temporarily lost his mind. Play his cards right, and his deep, dark secret would remain just that. Most would understand or even sympathize with what he'd done. But above all other things, Charles was a coward. As he broke down into tears, he told Rachel's friend that she'd met someone else and had absconded with their daughter without telling him where she was headed. And like all master sociopaths, he weaved little threads of truth into his lie. Then, turning his tears to his advantage, he told Rachel's friend that their marriage had been on the rocks for quite some time, and she'd been leading a double life. He'd been in denial at first, convinced that she was going to return home at any moment, but now he was slowly beginning to accept the unacceptable, that his wife and daughter were gone, and they were never, ever coming back. And as his whimpering broke down into genuine sobs as the thought, slurp? Making cod and chips. Nice. Are you like deep frying the cod? Get there at 7:30 a.m. and an ambulance showed up. A guy got taken out because a battery blew up in his face. Wasn't ready for that. A battery blew up in his face. Was it like an attempted assassination on the judge or something? Or like one of the jury? The jury? The jury? My wife got her first tattoo yesterday. Now it's your turn. Oh shit. Are you sure? What if like heaven is like one of those Amish heavens, and then if you get a tattoo you go to hell, and now you have to choose, do I go to hell with my wife, or do I let her go and I go to heaven, to Amish heaven? The choice is yours, my friend. Just an accident, his face had bad burns. Oh my god. Oh, that'd be so sad. At least you look cool. That's a good point. Are you gonna get like a tribal tattoo, maybe on the bicep, tricep? Excuse me. You know what I'm saying? Like it's tribal. It's like barbed wire, and it's right on your bicep. It's going around your bicep, and then when you make a cool muscle, you can like make it dance and stuff. Well, other things aren't allowed in Amish heaven. I definitely not mustaches. If you have a mustache, you're fucked, dude. You're screwed. Beard only. Chin strap beard only. Mustaches are from Satan. Same with foreskin or something. I don't know. I haven't read the whole Amish Bible yet. Yeah, definitely no YMCA members. If you're signed up at the Y, you're not allowed in. The YMCA is definitively very anti-Amish heaven. There's a pool. Amish don't know how to swim. There's showers. There's electric, machinery. Pool table. Cigarette, well, not necessarily. You can't smoke in there, but there's ashtrays, which would indicate at some point somebody did smoke. Most Christians or Christian-based religions state that the point of life is to get into heaven, so an Amish person would probably choose themselves over the wife to get into heaven. Kind of bleak.
Yeah, but I mean, think how cool their wife would look with all those, with a sick ass barbed wire tattoo right on her bicep tricep area. She could make it dance. You got tattoos you got as a teen. Teen twos, they call them. You're gonna get them covered? How do you do that? With like laser surgery? Or are you just gonna scratch them off with a cheese grater? I suggest not doing that, but I'm just curious what the approach is. Happy Halloween. How tough am I? Oh man, I don't know. Not really tough, honestly. Like, there's sometimes I can push through some shit at the gym pretty cool, like. But then other times when I'm doing like cardio stuff, I'm like, fuck this is stupid. And I feel like I would be the same way in like a combat fight where I'm fighting somebody, and then in the middle of it I'm just like, oh, this sucks, let's not do this. And they'd be like, okay. Can Joel swim? I just sink right to the bottom. My bones are made of stone. Ever lost a fight? I've never really fought anybody in my life, really. I mean, I got into like sort of some spats in like middle school, high school, but they were always just like really quick, stupid shit that was broken up. And my only claim to fame was whenever we like had some like not even sanctioned, but it was just like everybody in my like 9th grade class got together and met at this one like abandoned, nuclear fallout shelter school that was off campus. And it was just so funny. Like, they just kind of like let people go in there, just like have the entire fucking school to yourself. Anybody could go there and just wander in. And we would go in, unravel all the wrestling mats, and then set up boxing rings and just fight each other. It was so fucking stupid. It was literally like a Fight Club thing. And I just remember like I had some, tiff. I was in a bit of a tuft, or whatever the fuck, with an upperclassman. He was in 10th grade. I was a wee 9th. But he was, fucking loser. Anyways, he was, for some reason, always interacting with the underclassmen folk and was really annoying. And I did not like him at all. And he was always, trying to like say some shit. And I don't even know exactly what I said, but it just resulted in, all right, we're going to fight in the thing. And then I was like, okay, I guess I got to go do this. And I remember he got like a pair of gloves that somebody just gave you, and then we started. And I just remember like he tried to do like a haymaker over top my head, and I like ducked and brought my like it was sweet. It was like I ducked and brought my fist like blindly over top of me and just like smashed him right in the nose. And then he just he took like a knee and was like, I don't want to go anymore. And it was just like, fuck yeah, fucking one punch man, baby, let's go. At my grandson's 8th birthday party, I get to hang out tonight with the other side of the family. I really get to see. So blessed, so happy. That's good. That's awesome, Moonlit. I'm happy for you. Yeah. And it's funny, dude. I'm telling you, every guy, dude, my favorite thing about dudes, and this is my favorite thing about guys, is that every time you fight each other, every time guys fight, most of the time, or at least from my experience, every time dudes fight with each other, we become like besties. Not besties, but we become friends afterwards. It's like the most weirdest shit. It's like you like are so fucking angry at each other, and then you manifest that in a sort of physical brouhaha, and then you're just like, afterwards you're like, all right, you're cool, man. Sorry about all that. Do I still try to hit PRs at the gym? Not really. But I was kind of proud in the sense that like what I've been doing, or like I just like randomly got back on the trap bar deadlift again but I've been doing a lot of like just bodybuilding ranges, so like 10 to 12 to like 14 reps or whatever. And like I got on the trap bar and my trainer was like, all right, let's put some weight on, and we got to like 4 plates.
And then I was just like repping out like 12 on 4 plates, and he was like, okay. And then we did 4 plates and 25, and then that was good too. And then I did 5 plates for 5 on that, which was kind of sick. I did not expect, I don't know. It was like it kept going up, and I'm like, okay, this is pretty sick. I don't know. If you ever get a chance to do deadlift, or if you like deadlift, the trap bar deadlift is like my favorite thing, because you just like, I mean, you can hurt yourself, but you can't hurt yourself quite the same way that you can hurt yourself doing normal deadlift. So honestly, I would, even though it's not in like competition or anything like that, it's just like one of those things where you're just kind of like in center, and I don't know, the mechanics of it just feel better. Don't get a tattoo unless it means something. I hate people that get them and just get them and has no meaning. I think that's why I've never really gotten one, other than my lower back tattoo that says, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Which does have some meaning to it, I'll be honest. Because like if I was in prison and someone's like, I'm like, oh, I dropped the soap, and I'm like in that moment like, let me get it, and it's like slow motion, and Bubba comes up behind me, he's like, oh yeah, boy, this is my time. And then he sees that tattoo that says, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." What he's going to remember is back to his days of reading Dante's Inferno, and he's going to think he's going to be in a whole heck of a lot of trouble, aka a living hell, if he were to stick his penis in my butt. So it's essentially a little bit of a warning message. But now, granted, I've never been to prison, but hypothetically I do go, I'm essentially set. You guys are the ones that are going to look like idiots dropping your soap and shit. They're not going to know what to do with me. Do you take pre-workout before working out? I do drink at least like one what's it called? Rain energy drink, which is like 300 milligrams of caffeine, which seems like a lot, but I guess I get used to it. You're really not supposed to have more than like 400 milligrams a day. So that one, like, I have that, and that's like my go-to. So I'm not natty. What, because of caffeine? What would I go to prison for? I don't know. I'm just saying, when I do, I'm ready, if I do. All right, they're on their way. Guys, I'll see you later. Yeah, rains are good. My favorite rain flavor is probably orange. It's like orange sickle or something. The blue one's good too. They're like right next to each other, and they're kind of just like color coded. And then there's some other ones, but they're kind of fucking gross. The white gummy bear is fire. I've had that. Yeah, it is good. It just something about the orange one is just it just does me in. It's like the nectar of the gods. Robert Ziegler, welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Robert. As his whimpering broke down into genuine sobs at the thought of what he'd done, Charles heard the sympathy in her voice as Rachel's friend said she was sorry. She had no idea Rachel had been leading a double life, or that she was indulging in an extramarital affair. She also couldn't promise she'd convince Rachel to return home, but she'd continue her attempts to make contact and would try and convince her of a father no. Energy drinks taste pretty bad, otherwise I'd be more interested in... Well, that's fair, too. I can totally see why some of them... I mean, especially, dude, Red Bulls. I still drink Red Bulls now, like, if I ever have to, and they just, to me, taste like gasoline. Like, actual, like if you were to, like, put a McDonald's French fry in a glass of Red Bull, I just imagine that it would be dissolved within the hour for how like acidic it seems like.
And normally, like, McDonald's French fries can just, like, survive, the nuclear holocaust. I used to think my voice was AI. That's reasonable. I'm just too perfect. Yeah, Red Bull, I don't know. There's so many other good flavors. Does Red Bull, the weird thing with Red Bull is I feel like, and I'm sure they're doing fine because it seems like they have every deal ever with every bar in the world so that you can, there's always some stupid fucking like liquor shot with Red Bull type mix that they can make. But I swear, are there any other flavors of Red Bull? There's like so much opportunity there to fill the gap in the market back with the, the people that go drink Reigns or Bangs or Shimmy Shangs or Monsters or whatever. And it just seems like Red Bull hadn't made any other interesting flavors. Red Bull vodka, man, Wild Times, glad I'm old. I feel that. Red Bull is my last option for energy. Yeah, dude, they need to switch it up. Maybe they just don't care. Maybe it's like one of those like weird systems that were put in place by the CIA that just nobody runs it. It's just a series of like, automated robots that just like produce it from, old tar that's like left over from NASA, and it makes Red Bull, and it's like a byproduct of like, rocket fuel, and then it just gets shipped out to the masses, and it's all just like robotically controlled. And then they're like, oh fuck, are we still making Red Bull? Whatever, that's taxpayer dollars, it doesn't matter.
She also couldn't promise she'd convince Rachel to turn home, and she'd continue her attempts to make contact and would try and convince her of a father's need to see his daughter. Charles thanked her through his tears, but whether or not Rachel truly believed him was not for him to say. And that's because that very next day, Charles received a knock on his front door. It was the police. Someone had filed a missing persons report. Sitting across his kitchen table from a New Jersey state trooper, Charles recounted his story for a second time. He lied about the slow degeneration of his marriage. He lied about discovering text messages on his wife's second cell phone, and he lied about begging her to stay during the night she stormed out. Charles begged that state trooper to find his wife and bring her home. He also consented to a full search of his property to commence that very next morning. But when state police pulled up outside his home at 8 a.m., they found his car gone and the house empty. Charles went on the run. He intended on driving across the country to throw off the law, then down to Mexico to live out his life in peaceful anonymity. But Charles only made it as far as Pennsylvania when an idea took him. While driving through Amish country, Wait. Let me look at this map real quick. USA map. Oh. Okay, so you would have to... Okay. At first I was like New Jersey to Pennsylvania, but I guess, yeah, you can't go across the waterway, so you would have to go like almost west through Pennsylvania and then down through Maryland or DC, Virginia type situation. Steven Byton, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Steven. Hey Joel, important question. How would you save GoPro? Like, what advice would you give them? Save them? Yeah, I guess with GoPro, I mean, and I'm sure they probably already have this product, but I would just try to like tell them to like partner and do some sort of merger with like Google Glasses, you know what I'm saying? Like, basically, in the same way that GoPro was cool in the sense that you could put a camera, you know, just having a camera with you was kind of like before having a cell phone with you and all that kind of stuff. So I guess now you would have to just like you would have to create the brand of GoPro and put it onto like the emerging technology that is like smart glasses, right? So that you could just like tap the smart glasses on as you're, you know, say you have some cool snowboarding goggles or something, and then there's just an integration with all of that sort of brand. You could basically, it'd be a huge merger or partnership with a lot of different brands to basically bring smart glasses to extreme sports for, recording, and contact lenses. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, I'm sure some of this shit is probably just like CIA tech right now, but I mean, eventually as it starts to trickle down from DARPA into like the fucking, public market and all that kind of stuff, like I do believe that is possible. Yeah, because GoPro is dying. I'm Team DJ and Insta360, but it saddens me that they aren't improving because I want an American company to be my priority of where I purchase my gear. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Red Bull. I mean, Red Bull always does that viral marketing stuff where someone does some extreme shit. So, I mean, obviously GoPro, and they probably already do this, but do some of the same shit. But they would just have to, like, basically... that's the thing is, like, I think at this point, if you don't want them to die, and they are dying, and they don't have the money for, quote-unquote, research and development and all that kind of stuff for investment, they would just have to do some type of merger. And then, obviously, like... you don't want people to find out that you're dying, so you would just like market yourself with these other companies that are, on the up and coming, but in reality you've kind of like merged with them and become a subsidiary and gotten bought out, and the CEOs can go fuck off to Thailand and fuck ladyboys or whatever they want to do. Like all the good billionaires. All the good, honest, hard-working billionaires out there. Is Saturday going to be a regular thing, Joro? I know it's two in a row, but it was like we needed to get some bonus content out there, and it was ready to rock and roll. So I figured, hey, why the flirp nerd? Might as well. Oh yeah, tonight's bonus content. Just so you know, what's up, Moan Blue? How you doing? How's the daily brew? Spooky season rush. Oh yeah, it's in high demand. He intended on driving across the country to throw... oh yeah, okay, this is where we were. He intended on driving across the country to throw off the law, then down to Mexico to live out his life in peaceful anonymity. But Charles only made it as far as Pennsylvania when an idea took him. While driving through Amish country, he passed a horse and buggy traveling in the opposite direction. They wouldn't have TVs, and they wouldn't have smartphones, and even if he didn't stick around, Amish country wouldn't make a damned fun. Which Amish country are you coming from? New Jersey? Just out of curiosity. They wouldn't have TVs, they wouldn't have smartphones, and even if he didn't stick around, Amish country would make a damned fine place to stop and catch his breath before he continued on his way. He found a farmer renting a guest house to traveling Amish and convinced him to let him stay for a full 7 days. He paid extra to have a few bags of groceries delivered the next morning, then as one day bled into the next, Charles felt a faint glimmer of hope return to him. On his final day's stay at the guest house, Charles began to feel somewhat normal again. He accepted that his life would never be the same, and that his future lay on shores far beyond those of his birth. Maybe he'd marry again, maybe not. All Charles knew that he could really ever hope for anymore was peace. After a Spartan dinner of scrapple and cabbage rolls, Charles sat down at the small desk in his bedroom to write the farmer-turned-landlord a... Also, I kind of low-key feel like Amish probably do have smartphones, but they have somebody else like operate them or some shit like that. I forget exactly what they have. Amish are a lot more modern than people like lead them, or they lead people to believe, I guess. Or people are led to believe. I work in the morning. That's a good point, honestly. Scrapple. They have scrapple every day. More scrapple. More fried fat. 11:11. Oh, shit. After a Spartan dinner of scrapple and cabbage rolls, Charles sat down at the small desk in his bedroom to write the farmer-turned-landlord a thank-you note. It was short and omitted most of what had truly occurred over the last 2 weeks, but it was heartfelt, and once he was finished, Charles set down his pencil, pushed the notepad aside, and wondered what he was going to do next. Yet as he pondered away, Charles suddenly felt a strange and concerning sensation come over him. He'd been nursing a headache all afternoon, but as he sat there, considering his next move, the dull ache grew into a painful throb. When the vision of his left eye began to blur, Charles dabbed at it with the knuckle of his thumb until it returned to normal, but the problem didn't subside. His headache began to feel like it was a piercing. I bought Amish wood and they also, never mind Amish, okay, they have still mill banks, but they are in danger because they do have, deleted. Always lurks, but I figured say hi today. What's up, John Keller, CT's Most Wanted? How we doing? The difference between sects of Amish, yep, the more trad ones, the more modern. Right. And then, yeah, they all have, like, various stipulations, and I don't know. From what I hear, they are quite shrewd businessmen. Like, they're very good at just, like, undercutting people and getting contracts and shit. Like, they're not as, like, innocent as folk. Like, I've even heard that some of them have, like, run kind of, like, mafioso-style, like, prostitution rings out of their homes and crazy shit like that, you know? The closest and largest Amish country in New Jersey is Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Yeah, which... Let's see. New Jersey to Lancaster, PA. Let's see. Well, honestly, if you're on like 276, wait, am I reading this right? If you're on highway, let's see where you would go. Up I-95, 276 past King of Prussia. You might be able to make it in 2 hours there, I guess, if you were trying to hit 81 or 95 going down. I think. Am I dumb? I don't know. I think that would make sense to head out that way and then head, since you were heading south, to Mexico? Or maybe, oh no, I guess it would make sense you would take it all the way to 81 and go down. I have no fuck. If you were going to Mexico, yeah, that might make some sense, honestly. I've been foreign Amish villagers to Florida Islands. Ask a question. What? I do believe that they actually do have Amish in Florida, though. Like, specifically from Pennsylvania to Florida. You'll go to Florida and there'll be some, like, products. I don't know if it's in the Tampa area or if it's... No, maybe it's, like, way more south. I forget, but there's, like, a little settlement of Amish in Florida. Maybe in the Keys or something. What's up, Rex? And listen to Joel Interprets map stream. Yeah, just me. We're gonna go back to the old school, planning out our maps and not using MapQuest. Dude, that's gotta be like that's gotta be like probably one of the greatest inventions of like modern history, is just the introduction of like Google Maps and that kind of stuff, you know. First it was MapQuest, which told you where to go and what to like look for, which is cool if you followed it to a T. But the ones that like just like update on the go, so if you gotta go shit really quick, you can get off and exit and then immediately just like know exactly where to go without like planning out everything. Like, that's gotta be the most amazing thing ever, in the sense that before you had to like unravel a freaking scroll, like plan out a day ahead or more, and get it absolutely figured out. And it like now it just like enables everyone to be on the road, sort of. Mennonites and Hederites? I never heard of Hederites. What's that? Sounds scary. His headache began to feel like it was piercing his skull, his vision blurring once more as a sudden and pronounced dizziness set in. He knew he needed help, but felt fog murring his thoughts as he wondered how to go about getting it. He tried to yell, but all that came out of him was a garbled groan as he felt the left side of his face begin to droop and lost all feeling in his left arm. Around the same time it occurred to Charles that he was having a stroke, he realized that he might lay there for a full 24 hours before anyone came to check on him. Unless he summoned help, all that pain, confusion, and debilitation he was feeling might well be his final earthly experience. To ensure that wasn't the case, Charles summoned all the strength he could muster and tried to find his feet. But the moment he braced, his Bomba Cat. Oh my god, that'd be such a good character. Does that exist, the Bomba Cat? And it's like a Jamaican Rasta cat. Bomba Cat. Can somebody make that with AI right? Oh, it already exists. Too late, they beat you to it. Somebody took a Bob Marley dreads hat and put it on top of their black cat with a mustache. And thus we have the Boomba Cat. People always beat me to those good ideas. The things I do for love. Saw in a movie the other day that was Jason Bourne movie, and he was using a map while driving against traffic, driving fast as fuck. That's awesome. I remember when Google Maps became more of a thing when I was on a road trips as a kid. I used physical maps, TomTom, MapQuest, and then yeah, the transition is wild. And I remember, like, as a kid, just so many times, dude, so many times, my family would go to the same fucking places for vacation all the time, right? We would go to the same fucking places for vacation, and we would still get fucking lost. You know what I mean? And it was just, I remember that was the most sickening feeling, knowing that it was going to take 6 hours to get someplace, and then halfway through, you just start getting that feeling where your parents start, like, arguing, like, I don't know, I'm not really sure, what the fuck, well, you're not really helping, well, where are we, how the fuck am I supposed to know, you were on the map, you know, and then you stop, and then you get to, like, get the map and the scroll out, and you're there for, like, hour, and then it's like, then it's finally you get going again, and you're like, okay, everything is at peace again, you know, or you have to, like, God forbid, ask fucking questions. I don't know. It was torture. And then it wasn't, I literally, it wasn't until high school. I remember going to, like, rugby tournaments and shit, and we would, like, finally have, like, map quests, and it was just the coolest shit ever. But it didn't take long from, like, map quests to, like, the introduction of Garmin. Remember Garmin? And then Garmin became, you know, all the other essentially copycat bullshit. It'd be sick to get, like, a self-driving car, but I don't know if I would trust it. Got lost going to historical Gettysburg, Virginia. It was crazy how bad we got lost. I know, right? It's just like, where the fuck? And it's just like, nowadays, it's like you can't even, unless you don't have service, like, you just, like, can't get lost. And some of the ones have batteries, so it's, like, pre-built into some of the shit. It's just awesome. It's like, it's literally the most efficient world you can imagine. Then my family take me to the Yarn World or the Wienermobile. I can't tell if that's a euphemism. But the moment he braced, his limp left arm was flushed with an icy cold before his muscles began to spasm and twitch. Charles watched in horror as his arm rose up, the fingers of his left hand writhing involuntarily. He tried to bring it back down through sheer force of will, but he found that he was unstable. He tried to bring it back down through sheer force of will, but found he was unable. Then, as it continued to move of its own vile volition, it began reaching for the pencil Charles had set down mere moments before. He let out another garbled groan, this one in abject terror, as his fingers gripped the pencil and his arm began inching towards the page on which his thank you note. Holy shit, what is happening right now? Hey Vince, good to see you. Hope you have a good night too. Someone who's here at the birthday party owns a 2026 Tesla. That's cool. Have you? What's that like? You should ask them to take you on a little bit of a ride, and tell them to put it into self-driving mode. And if it doesn't have self-driving mode, you have to call them poor, no matter what. They're like, well, I mean, that was like another 15 grand I had to shell out for self-driving, and it's like legally not allowed around. Doesn't matter, you're fucking poor. You might as well live under a Gollum's bridge. Is Justin at another party? Dude, all of our mods are AFK. They don't even care the fact that I don't pay them. I pay them in attention and admiration. It literally has no keys. It literally is driving off of a phone app. I so don't trust it. Okay, they're not poor then. That's good. Please read you. My husband still missed the fucking turns of GPS. Is that what you made to read? I'll be your loyal soldier. Thanks, bro. Oh yeah, make sure you tell people to like reset the... new Monsters on Netflix. Is that with, was it Ed Gein or Ted Bundy? I don't know, it's some serial killer shit. Oh, Babes is here, that's right. Sorry, Babes, I did see you. What's poppin'? He let out another garbled groan, this one in abject terror, as he fingers... Oh, his fingers, okay. He let out another garbled groan, this one in abject terror, as his fingers gripped the pencil and his arm began inching towards the page on which his thank you note was written. He tried to raise his right arm to bring his left under control, but although he could still move it, he found it weak and slow to respond. And by the time he wrenched it up onto the table, lead had already... Oh, lead, okay. It's not lead, right? If it's a pencil, what year would this happen? What year did lead stop being used in pencils? Pencils were never actually made with actual lead, so there was no year they stopped, but rather historically misconception lead pencil was a result of early graphite. Oh, okay. Well, okay, phonetically I feel like then, or, you know, we can still say lead then. English, man, English. Back in 69. I'm just wondering, like, lead, you can still say lead, like it would make sense. Am I celebrating Halloween? I am. I got kind of a cool costume. It's going to be Where's Waldo, but I got a mask that's the MF Doom mask. So just imagine, like, Where's Waldo, but he's got an MF Doom mask on. Or MF Doom, imagine MF Doom in a Where's Waldo costume. And it's going to be pretty sweet. I always thought they made pencils with lead up to the 70s when they banned lead. I guess maybe it was always graphite or whatever. I don't know why they called it lead. I'm mistaken. What's Waldo? Everybody's always wondering where he is, but not how he is. By the time he'd retched it up onto the table, lead had already touched the paper, and in the seconds that followed, he could only watch in panic-stricken dread as his left hand wrote the words, "I found you." The moment his left hand dropped the pencil, the chill in Charles' arm was washed away by the warmth of feeling, and his senses began to return to him. He shoved both pencil and paper from the table in fright, and then in a whirlwind of fear and adrenaline, Charles rose from his chair with shaky legs, packed his bag, and ran for his car. He drove for several hours until fear of another episode prompted him to pull over to the side of the road. There, he contemplated what had occurred back in the farmer's rental house, but he refused to accept the truth. Charles put the episode down to the stress of what he'd endured over the past fortnight. The alternative, of course, was unthinkable. Charles had been somewhat familiar with the concept of automatic writing, the process by which written words are produced without conscious control, but had always dismissed it as a nonsensical claptrap. But on the off chance that it wasn't, and some otherworldly force really had taken control of his arm for a few moments, then who exactly had found him? The question entered Charles' thoughts for no more than a millisecond before the answer flashed in front of his eyes. It was inconceivable, the stuff of bad horror movies. Yet there was a small part of Charles that accepted it just as readily as the air he breathed. His wife had found him. Rachel had found him. 24 hours prior, Charles wouldn't have believed that such a thing was possible, so he wasn't about to pretend that he knew how it worked. He hoped that driving far, far away might allow him to evade his wife. It was wishful thinking, but he only realized just how wishful until he was back on the road again. As evening beckoned and the sun began to dip towards the horizon ahead of him, Charles felt another headache coming on. He tried to pull over to the side of the highway, but the entire left side of his body suddenly went numb and prevented him from doing so. As that same icy chill came over him and he was forced to keep cruising along the blacktop, Charles watched helplessly as his left hand reached for the radio dial. Grainy static greeted his ears as his left hand switched it on, and then after tuning for a moment to the sound of analog whines, Charles suddenly heard the voice of Debbie Harry belting out an old hit. Debbie Harry. Harry Debbie. We're staying up all night eating pizza, drinking soda. Okay. Oh, there it is. I remember watching Nightmare on Elm Street. My mom's saying, "Who's that Freddy Cougar? Who's this Febby Fazbear Cougar guy? Where am I from? Pennsylvania." So with the new Tesla, if your phone dies and the car won't start, you have a fucking card to swipe to start it. Like, what the actual frick? So don't trust it. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit different, huh? But I don't know. If a key is supposed to be some type of like unique input, I suppose a card might be perhaps better. I don't know. I guess to me, the thing about the Tesla is it's like an interesting piece of technology, this idea of like self-driving and all sorts of like various like bells and whistles implanted into it. But I mean, like, I assume there's not like at this point tons of cars that are just like it, because to me it's like a Tesla, its engineering is kind of just like borderline cringe, if that makes sense. Like, it's like, I get it, it's like the first one trying something new, blah blah blah, but at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you want all the new cool gadgetries, but you also want the reliability of the old I don't know, BMWs or Audis or anything fucking Japanese. Digital IDs coming. Queen, can you just tell it to stop? Do you ever think of doing that? Telling all the bad things that we anticipate to maybe stop, and then maybe it'll stop. Imagine someone hacks it and sends you into a semi head-on. I know. I mean, I think that happened. I remember hearing this story about one time some general said that he wasn't like a fan of Obama when Obama was in office, and then and he was telling it to a bunch of his like privates, right, or like lower level like Marines, and then of course the Marines, like being blabbermouths, told some journalists, and then the journalists reported on it saying that they didn't have a lot of like much respect for Obama or something, and then shortly after that, that journalist's car like careened off the highway into like a wall and died or something. But I don't know, I remember hearing all the way back in like 2010 or some shit that they could control your car and just like run it off in the road.
which is pretty crazy. Do you ever miss your school days? I've been thinking about how much I miss when I was a kid. Yeah, I guess there are moments. I mean, there's obviously a large degree of like freedom, but I guess I kind of just miss like the consistent social aspect of like being younger. Like you just like constantly had people your age to like socialize with and do stuff with and fuck around essentially, you know what I mean? And 2026 Tesla, it's from the future. Does it have a flux capacitor with 1.21 gigawatts? I hope so. Journalist at the Rolling Stones, friend with Matt Taibbi. Is that the one that died? But I guess the implication there is that it would be the general that like had called the hit on the journalist and not so much Obama, even though I believe Obama had many things against journalists throughout his time as prez. Would you rather have a Skyline GTR or 2 Cybertrucks? I don't know. I see the Cybertrucks and they're just so gross looking. Like I can't even imagine being caught dead in one of those pieces of shit. And it's just, I don't know. Like nothing about why wouldn't you just like have a sick ass truck, you know? A Cybertruck. It looks like a fucking like kid's toy. It's ugly and I can't imagine the interior or its and you know, it's like the performance of these cars just leave a lot to be desired. Hey, Loco Clown, how we doing? Super fast bulldozer. Yeah, what about a killdozer instead of the 2 Cybertrucks? I never catch you live in time. Very grateful for your streams. Always a highlight to my week. Hey, thanks, Drakes. Lost son. Grainy static greeted his ears as his left hand switched it on. Then after turning for a moment to the sound of analog whines... Damn it. Then after tuning for a moment to the sound of analog whines, Charles suddenly heard the voice of Debbie Harry belting out an old hit. One way or another, I'm gonna find ya. I'm gonna get ya, get ya, get ya, get ya, she sang. One day, maybe next week, I'm gonna get ya. I'll get ya, I'll get ya. As Debbie continued to warble her sinister promises, the point wasn't lost on Charles, and for the first time, he contemplated just how much trouble he was really in. He considered speeding up and driving his car off the road in the hopes that it'd end the terrible ordeal once and for all. But as I said, Charles was never the courageous type, especially when self-preservation was involved. All he could do was grip the wheel with his right hand, hoping the left wouldn't try and do it for him and send him careening off the road. But it didn't. It simply sat at his side, content to allow Blondie to issue that sinister warning over and over and over again, till the feeling finally returned. At the first opportunity, Charles turned off the radio and then drove the next few hours in complete silence, trapped with his thoughts. At his next stop, Charles checked himself into a dingy roadside motel, determined to shave and take a shower. He hadn't been without facial hair since 2002, but seeing as it was perhaps the most recognizable thing about him, Charles knew it had to go. He wondered if he'd have one of his episodes with a razor blade in his hand, and if his left would try and wrestle it from the right. But no such episode occurred, not until he was freshly out of the shower. He'd only just finished wrapping a towel around his waist when he felt his head begin to ache and his face begin to droop. He'd leaned and not to learned. What's up, Finksy? Lighting up your candle. They are your key. Everybody where I live uses them for advertisement. They've all painted like a school name or something on them advertising so they don't make a payment. Oh, like you get a Cybertruck and then you advertise your stuff. That's interesting. Is that spacesuit in a hot tub? How warm is that water? It's pretty much just basically the temperature of my farts at this point. Every time I hear that song, I think of Swiffer wedges. I know, don't you love how like they take a good song and just throw it into a mediocre fucking thing? 360 no scope. Pumpkin pie, seasoned eggnog and chocolate, abuelita with conchas. Delicious. One way. Oh yeah, this story is a creepypasta. It's a bonus content creepypasta. It's called the Colophon Hotel. Youngest and her dad beat Little Nightmares 3 just after your 7 hours time today. They cuss so much. Huh. That's funny. What do they think of it? Hey, Finksy. Good to see you. He'd learned not to fight it by this point. He knew how futile it was. So instead, he simply stood there and watched as his limp left arm began to reach for the bathroom mirror. With a pointed finger, it began writing 2 simple words on the condensation-covered surface. Kill yourself, they read. Charles gave up trying to outrun his wife, but he didn't give up trying to outrun the law. He kept on driving across Pennsylvania, bound for the Ohio state line and that of Michigan beyond. But right after he drove through a little town called Ashland, Charles thought that he was suffering another one of his attacks. His vision went hazy and his skull started to throb. But instead of losing feeling in his left arm, Charles blinked away the fog to find that he'd driven into a snowstorm. He was too elated at the apparent subsidence of the episodes to truly question why it had faded. But just a few minutes later, he spotted a sign at the standing at the side of the road. The Colophon Hotel, it read. Take the next right. I gotta make sure I'm saying Colophon right. Cauliflower Hotel. Colophon. Le Coffin. Do you know when and what game you'll play and stream next? Joe Little Nightmares was fun. I'm thinking Reanimal. When Reanimal releases, I'll play that one. Let me know when it comes out. Unless there's like some absolute banger that I need to play on stream. Reanimator. Oh, that's what the play on words is with that. Dude, I didn't even pick up on that. The fact the H.P. Lovecraft story Reanimator, and then realizing that's called Reanimal. I just like didn't quite understand what they were going with that title, but now that I don't know, I didn't recognize that, so thank you. Have you played Until Dawn or the games in the series? I did. I remember I played some of them on my drunk stream or something, and I just like really didn't make it that far. Yeah, do you remember Reanimator or something? It was like an H.P. Lovecraft story. There's a movie called Reanimator 2 from 1985, but it's based on the Lovecraft story Herbert West, right? Reanimator, also known as H.P. Lovecraft's Reanimator. Herbert West Reanimator, yeah. I just started the show, so we're opposites. The first episode was funny. What are you talking about? Solar opposites. So I wonder if there's some like H.P. Lovecraft style stuff in the Reanimal video game. I certainly hope so. That'd be so sick, actually. Some like really solid H.P. Lovecraft style crap. What the hell? Joji has a song called Reanimator. What a weird coincidence. He's probably inspired by that story. Ever played Happy Wheels on live? I have not, no. I don't think I've officially ever played Happy Wheels in general. My buddy just read Call of Cthulhu on his channel a while back. Can you give him a shout out? The Nut House? Shout out to Nut House. Go check him out. Call of Cthulhu. Need to write your story. What's the Gmail? Let's read submissions at gmail.com. You can find it linked in the description of every video in this live stream as well. Earthworm Jim from the 90s. Hell yeah, dude. That was an amazing game. Okay. He was too elated at the apparent subsidence of the episodes to truly question why it had faded. But just a few minutes later, he spotted a sign standing at the side of the road. The Colophon Hotel, it read, takes the next right. Mr. Kaufman checked in yesterday evening. Since he has yet to experience another one of his episodes, perhaps more accurately described as visitations from his dearly departed wife, he believes his condition is improving. But he is wrong. You see, that's not what... It's not that she can't find him after he checked in. It's because she checked in with him. Not in the physical sense, of course. She didn't check into a room. Rather, the late Mrs. Kaufman is everywhere. She's in the walls, in the furniture. She's even in the electrical sockets. And since Good Time Charlie won't be checking out again anytime soon, she'll have plenty of time with which to seek. Wonder why ghosts are always so pissed. Why don't they just move on? Big deal, I killed you. Just get over it. What's the spelling of the hotel from the story? Let me give it to you. C-O-L-O-P-H-O-N. C-O-L-O-P-H-O-N. Did ESO make this live gaming stream, perhaps? ESO? What's ESO? Joel's monotone voice, it makes the stories much more creepy. Thanks, dude. Guys, I keep seeing a black figure on the corner of my eye. I'm alone in the kitchen eating cheese. Just out of the corner of your eye, not like direct interaction. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. What's up, Mafia? She's in the walls, in the furniture. She's even in the electrical sockets. And since Good Time Charlie won't be checking out again anytime soon, she'll have plenty of time with which to seek a terrible and quite permanent revenge on her once beloved husband. I'm sure you'll agree Mr. Kaufman has a very interesting story, but he's not the only one of our guests with a curious tale to tell. You see, in room 331, we've a Mr. Patrick Bale of Long Island, New York, and like Mr. Kaufman, Mr. Bale finds himself trapped in a very unusual predicament. Having grown up in an affluent upper-middle-class family, Patrick has always been accustomed to the finer things in life. He was sent to a private school. He spent summers splashing around swimming pools in Hamptons or the French Riviera, and he ate only the finest foods both in restaurants and at home. He graduated from Harvard Business School and walked straight into a job at one of Manhattan's most successful stockbrokers, and then was fast-tracked for promotion not once, but twice. He was handsome, he was funny, and despite coming from privilege, Patrick had learned that if you truly wanted to succeed, you need to work fanatically hard.
Patrick sometimes worked 18 hours a day, sleeping on the floor of his office so he could keep up with the market developments coming out of the Far East. Managing an expanding roster of client accounts, he consistently exceeded performance targets, earning both massive profits for the firm and the recognition of its CEO. Sharon, thank you for the 5 gifters to Jessica Gomez, Lemon 727, Zella, Code Fairy, and It's a Me. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content, and soon this one here. And D Shore, thank you for the 1354. Also, D Shore, how you doing? Good to see you. Guys, just be sure to refresh the stream too, from time to time, to make sure it's actually live. Sometimes I see comments, people leave, and it seems like they're responding to stuff from like 20 minutes ago, so I don't know why YouTube is kind of behind. I found Joel's channel a few years ago, and now I go to sleep with it on. Sometimes wake up to him talking about the gym, and I think that there's some random person in my house. It's just me. Your sleep paralysis demon talking about bicep curls and how he can never successfully cut weight. Managing an expanding roster of client accounts, he consistently exceeded performance targets, earning both massive profits for the firm and the recognition of its CEO. Arthur Arnold Abrams, who was exceptionally impressed with Pat's performance, was keen to pick the brains of a man who made him so much money. He took private meetings with him over coffee or cognac, making Patrick the envy of both his colleagues and the competition. Then as Pat rose through the ranks and Mr. Abrams started grooming Jim for leadership. Grooming Jim? Grooming him? Jim's getting groomed? That's the only way you can see the shadow people out of the corner of your eye. Oh, is that how it works? Interesting. I need to figure out dinner tomorrow. Homemade fast food. Homemade fast food or breakfast for dinner, waffles, and sausages. Yeah, bro, that sounds... I like the breakfast or dinner idea. I wish that was like every week. Bingleton, Coochie Smith, what's up, bro? Then as Pat rose through the ranks and Mr. Abrams started grooming him for leadership, he became the recipient of a very exclusive invitation. You see, discreetly tucked away on Park Avenue was a little brochure. What's this word? Sorry, 1 second. How doth one say it? A little brochure. What is this one? Huh. A little... I don't even know. What's this mean? Hey Ryan, what's up? What's up, Lighthouse? A little bra. The word brasserie, pronounced brasserie, is a French term that initially means brewery, but in modern usage it refers to a casual French restaurant, usually one that serves simple, hearty food and drinks, especially beer, wine, and coffee, in a relaxed atmosphere. So if you see Calafon Brasserie or Brasserie XYZ, it means a French-style cafe or restaurant, open often all day with a lively, informal vibe. Okay. Have it gotten snow yet? Not yet. I mean, it's gotten cold enough that it's like I can see my breath, but it's not. There's been no snow thus far, thankfully. Oh my god, I'm not really in the mood for snow, bro. But if I looked outside and suddenly it was just snowing out, I, in a weird way, wouldn't be surprised. Just got off a long day at work, and first thing I listened to is your vids. Thanks, bro. Good to see you. Okay, sorry. Brasserie. How is that not on... Is this the right word? Oh, I see it's spelled slightly odd. Let's see.
Let's see here. Brasserie. Yes, sir. Y'all have a good night. I was just dropping by. Oh, no worries. Good to see you. Hope you have a good night, too. Brasserie. Okay, brasserie. Lost in the Mood. Welcome back for 35 months. Dang, it's late. Hi, y'all. Hello. Yeah, it already is. 2 a.m. Damn. I'm moving to southern Utah. I can't take the snow anymore. Hell yeah, dude. To hell with this, with the cold. Brasserie. Okay, sorry. We're getting back. Known as La Canard. I don't know. What am I doing? What am I actually doing? La Canard. Canard. Oh my god. Everything's French. Son of a bitch. Mischievous dog. Canard. La Canard. La Canard. And Lost in the Mood, thank you for the gift or two. Mafia Honey. Do I have Instagram? I do. At letsread.official. You can follow me on there to follow my story. I didn't post on my story tonight when I was supposed to go live, but I don't know. It's kind of an informal vibe tonight. Missed a few live streams. My sleep schedule's been off. No worries. Hope you're doing all right. La Canard. Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure I got those words right. Brasserie. You see, discreetly tucked away on Park Avenue was a little brasserie known as La Canard. The restaurant bore no signage, nor did they advertise, and as a rule, restaurant critics were strictly forbidden. Their only notoriety came from a B.B. McGill review in the Times, which was written in his usual format and described an amuse-bouche. Oh my god, French words. A bouche of contempt followed by an entree and dessert of get out and don't come back. Dude, that's what I love. I love being treated like shit when I go to a restaurant. Why is there a stream tonight? We were doing bonus content. Amuse-bouche. Amuse-bouche. When you talk French, make sure your front lips do not touch them together. Everything's got to fucking fall out of your mouth when you're talking. It's gonna be like lazy, like you are drinking too much wine and you are feeling a little loosey-goosey. Okay. Their only notoriety came from a B.B. McGill review in the Times, which was written in his usual format and described as an amuse-bouche of contempt, followed by an entree and dessert of get out and don't come back. And the place took no reservations, and only a select few were entitled to walk through the doors. But Mr. Arthur Arnold Abrams was one of them, and on more than one occasion, Pat Bale enjoyed the honor of being his plus one. Unlike almost every restaurant on Earth, La Canard does not write menus for their customers' perusal. In fact, they offer no choice whatsoever in what their patrons eat. Diners are served an appetizer, entree, and dessert of the chef's choosing, and his choices aren't revealed until china touches tablecloth. And as you can imagine, La Canard's rather unique approach generates a certain excitable anticipation in its customers, and when Patrick Bale first experienced it for himself, he instantly understood the reputation. During his first visit, he sampled the most exquisitely... Salt bong. We're bringing back the salt bong. We're just gonna be smoking salt from now on. That was a long time ago. That's crazy, actually. I feel like I moved house during that period of time. Joel, why are you talking like that? What did I do?
What's up, tea time? What did I talk like? Did I say something mean? The salt bong era. Did I feel like I just like left that salt thing in the previous house? Dude, that was pretty damn easily tricked. Ever have Zanzibar chocolate ice cream? I have not. What's up, Toking Fishy? Good to see you. No, Joel, you weren't mean. You were talking in a funny accent. Oh. Yeah, I just, I talk like a silly person from time to time. It's just how I speak. And hey, what's up, Sam? Tara, thank you for the 1 and Lost in the Mood. Thank you for another gifter to Sampai. You guys now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Lost in the Mood. Scary RV park stories sometime. That'd be good. During his first visit, he sampled the most exquisitely marinated... Oh my god, food. Food. Foodie food. French food at that. Spanish food. Boquerones. Boquerones a la vinagreta. Boquerones fritos. Boquerones. I'm a little French chef. And we're making boquerones tonight. During his first visit, he sampled the most exquisitely marinated boquerones, so tart but sweet that their slimy, silvery appearances were of no concern at all. He then dined on another fucking thing of bullshit. What even is this? A bouffe bourguignon. Bouffe à bourguignon. Bouffe bourguignon. No, I'm not even sure what it says. Let's see. Fucking fuck. Boeuf bourguignon. Boeuf bourguignon. Boeuf bourguignon. Hey, Strauss Outdoors, thank you for the 5 gifters too. Alicia Jordan, Jen M, Lindsay Tompkins, Angela Kelly, Jay Coleman. Welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Be sure to thank Strauss Outdoors. Thank you, Strauss. Can pronounce the French R and French U. Respect that your lungs are still going strong. Thanks, bro. I feel like it's like a low-key threat. I respect that I haven't killed you yet. Impressive. Bourguignon. How the fuck do I say this stupid word? Boeuf bourguignon. If you bon, the fuck, is that basically saying the fuck is up? I hope so. Bon the fuck jour, y'all. Boeuf bourguignon. I can't, dude. I just can't hear it. Le boeuf bourguignon. Okay. We did it, kind of. He then dined on a boeuf bourguignon, so luxuriously stewed and simmered that the meat practically melted his mouth. Dessert was a small serving of a simple tarte tat. Oh my god. Tarte tatin. Alright, we'll make it. I promise, guys, we'll make it through these silly French words. The one story was all in Russian. Now we're in French. We're just gonna travel all through Europe. Tate taton. Tate taton. Tate taton. Dessert Dessert was a small serving of a simple tarte tatin, but was once again so masterfully crafted that the triple-digit bill that followed almost felt like a steal. Pat accompanied Mr. Abrams to La Canard on 2 more occasions, both months apart, but each time the cuisine was extraordinary. Rich broths and rare roasts from artisanally reared beasts, followed by pastries so delicately constructed that they were just as suited to an art exhibition as they were a dinner table. After La Canard, other restaurants just didn't seem to cut the mustard anymore, and Pat found himself yearning for Mr. Abrams' next invitation. When it came, he was overjoyed, but it came with a caveat. One day, Mr. Abrams stopped by Pat's office to issue another invitation. Patrick accepted it with a smile, but when he wondered aloud which variety of fare would be served to them, Mr. Abrams gave Patrick a knowing look. He suggested Pat reconsider his acceptance following what he had to say, and what he had to say was of grave importance. Patrick nervously listened as his boss began to talk about a little village over in Haiti called Nantoto. There, a certain epicureal society had established a trust the villagers. Oh, money. Nantoto. Welcome to Nantoto. French doesn't have the TH sound as this and ter. There's only table, tangy. Okie dokie. Club soda with hazelnut syrup. Sheesh. Yeah, have you guys picked out your Halloween costumes? Tan-ta-ta-tom. Ta-ta-ta-tom. Ta-ta-ta-tom. There, a certain epicureal society had established a trust the villagers could... Oh my god. You're gonna dress up as me. There, a certain epicureal society had established a trust the villagers could access to dramatically improve the quality of their lives. But such access came with a price. In order to access the trust, members of the village had to submit biological samples to representatives of the society, who visited the village twice yearly to collect their samples and assign funding. But what were these biological samples? Patrick asked. The reply. But what were these biological samples? Patrick asked. The reply chilled his blood. Their own flesh and blood, Mr. Abrams replied. In exchange for vast sums of money, villagers would amputate portions of their own limbs before handing them over to the society. These portions were flash frozen, then flown by private jet across the Caribbean Sea and over the American mainland until a private courier transported them directly to La Canard. And this meant that every 6 months or so, the society held an exclusive members-only dinner at La Canard, in which the most forbidden of all delicacies was served, and one of the society's most senior members was none other than Mr. Arthur Arnold Abrams himself. Admission to the society was exceptionally strict and was only possible if an existing member vouched for a prospective one, but this was not without risk. If a prospect failed to abide by the society's strict code of conduct or otherwise neglected to act with the proper decorum, their membership, as well as that of their patron, would be revoked. And much like many other secret societies, revocation of membership meant severe and very permanent consequences. Mr. Abrams asked Patrick,
Patrick, no, this is Patrick. I don't want to go to your secret society.
Simon Archibald with the 11 months says, hope all buttersocks are well. I still stuck in the hospital and Wi-Fi was out for me to join on time. I'm sorry. You're stuck in the I'm very sorry to hear that. That's no fun. My name is Giovanni Giorgio, but everyone else calls me Georgie.
No,
I still remember when you said a lamppost looks like Russell Crowe mist. A lamppost looks like Russell Crowe mist. What does that even mean? What was I talking about? Okay, Joel and Chad, I'm going to kick back and listen to I fall asleep. Always a good time with y'all, and look forward to seeing y'all in the next one. Much love. Thank you, Jesse. Sleep tight. Don't let the bad bugs bite. This feels strange. Good. You're supposed to feel a little awkward. I'll be honest with you. That's just life, though. That's just life. I am the most French fluenter of all times. I just learned it in the past 5 minutes, to be honest. The salt bomb. The salt bomb. Lost in the mood. Thank you for the gift or two. Funding secured. Hell yeah, dude. Mr. Abrams asked Patrick. Mr. Abrams asked Patrick if he fully understood what was being proposed. Patrick hesitated, prompting further explanation from his boss. Abrams explained that admission to society... Am I a full bar or fun size kind of Halloween candy giver? Dude, nobody ever fucking comes to my house for trick-or-treating anyways, so it makes me kind of sad. I think this year I'm also kind of away most of the time on Halloween, but maybe this year I'll just leave a big-ass bowl with like full-size bullshit, and they can do whatever the fuck they want. Am I going live tomorrow? I'm not actually sure, but I feel like maybe I should. You know what I mean? Because tomorrow is Monday is a compilation day, but maybe I should get a little ahead. I don't know. Maybe do another bonus content or something like that. You're giving out mini 3D prints. That sounds kind of sick, actually. I went to like a fall festival thing today, and there were so many places that were just like selling like 3D printed bullshit that they made, and I'm like, man, I wonder how like easy that is to just like find designs and like 3D print them and then just hope that, kids scream that they want it. And God, there was like one kid inside. He was like inside of like one of the tents of the artisanal goods, and he just like kept screaming like, I'm not hungry to his like parents. And I just wanted to grab him by the back of the nape of the neck and just be like, shut the fuck up. You're not hungry, but we will force feed you to keep you quiet. No, I don't know. It's just like the kid must have been like a solid 12 years old. Now, granted, there may have been something going on there, but upon initial inspection, there didn't seem to be anything abnormal about him. He seemed like he had the same amount of Tylenol as everybody else, you know what I mean? So I'm just like, I don't know. There's something that just irks me to a extraordinary extent whenever like a parent doesn't have control over their child, especially at like the older age, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, you just like, you're failing. You're fucking failing as a parent. Would I do any better? I hope so, but it's hard to say. Ever been to Comic-Con? Not Comic-Con, but yeah, I just went to like VidCon back in 2019, and that's been pretty much it, honestly. Little kids are little terrors. Yeah, it's just so frustrating whenever like people let their kids just do whatever the fuck, Like to me, like I get it can be exhausting, but I don't know. You need to have like some coming to Jesus moments with them at some point, We try our best. Some kids are just their own beings and resist. Yeah, but I mean, if that's the case, then just fucking, I don't even know. I'm like not in disagreement with like canceling the entirety of just cancel it. Just cancel. Fun today is canceled. We're going fucking home. You're being a dummy. If I acted like this kid these days, my mom would have backhanded me. Yeah, fucking same. I'd be locked in a treasure chest and buried 6 feet below the ground. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Abrams explained that admission to this society would guarantee his longevity at the brokerage firm. If he could prove that he could keep a secret and honor a 1,000-year-old tradition, he proved that he could be trusted, not just by Abrams, but by the society's other members, some of whom occupied some very lofty positions indeed. Any other man might have fixated on the prospect of their own continued success and viewed the invitation as a stepping stone to greater things. But Patrick, already enamored by the culinary prowess of La Canard's cooks, was never once dissuaded by Mr. Abrams' dire warning. Having heeded his bosses,
You're lucky I have to spend $200 every Halloween, probably more this year. Don't worry about the $80 for the candy, I have to buy more. That's a lot of candy. That's a lot of candy.
Having heeded... Oh my god. Pergy G, did you always have that name, Pergy G, as your... If you've been around that long in the stream? I don't remember Pergy G name. I usually remember most names. Having heeded his boss's explanation in full, Patrick once again accepted the invitation. But unlike his previous visits, he told no one of the engagement and awaited the date with an excitement that bordered on feverish. Following a week that dragged on like an eternity, the date of society's dinner party finally arrived.
Is it just called society? Like singular society? Not the society? Never changed it? Oh, okay. My bad. This is the first stream, but I've been listening since 2016. That's crazy. Thank you, bro. Welcome, welcome. You're watching the master at work. I guess I did kind of get factory reset a few times. It's weird sometimes, like thinking about YouTube and just thinking about like ancient memories. Been around so fucking long, I don't even know who I am anymore.
I will embarrass mine so quick they know what's up in public. They don't want none of this. That's good. Ugh.
Cross-faded Kai. Cross-stitched. Stitched and stitched. Hello, Lucy.
Following a week that dragged on like an eternity, the date of society's dinner party...
This is bonus content, tea time, yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Looks like the woods won. Following a week that dragged on like an eternity, the date of society's dinner party finally arrived. Most of La Canard's services took place on just 2 days, Friday and Saturday, but for the sake of discretion, the society met late on Tuesday night. And this meant that, after work, Patrick spent a number of restless hours pacing back and forth in his penthouse apartment, until finally, Mr. Abrams called to say that he'd been sending a car. He'd been sending a car. What? Until finally, Mr. Abrams called to say he'd been sending a car. He'd be sending a car. How do I fare in Mario Kart? I don't know. I know like the big time to like good at it was the same way with like Super Smash Brothers and so like getting into it and like back on the GameCube and stuff, which was like middle school, high school or whatever. But honestly, like I had some friends who went insane for like whatever, like the Double Dash or whatever the fuck it was. I just never really got into Mario Kart that much. I don't know. It is fun. I'll play it when it comes out, but it just doesn't really have a lot of like longevity, I guess, for my experiences.
And it's always just kind of the same fucking thing, you know? Like this idea of like Mario Kart World or whatever the hell. Mario Kart Universe. I don't know. The one that exists on the new Switch 2. I'm just like, oh my god. How many other like actually fun, like better, just really any game has come out on the Nintendo or just come out on all systems? Like better side scrollers, better fucking racing games, better fighting games, better everything. It's like there are some things that Nintendo does absolutely right, but it's like most of it always just feels like indie game quality. I'm just kind of over it. How do I concentrate while I'm live? I mean, obviously not very well, as you can see. If I was just reading this by myself, I'd probably be done by now. How do you get rid of hiccups? So imagine you have a glass of water, and it's a glass, right? Which is the shape of a cylinder. If you bend over towards the glass and then try to dump, like if you're all the way bent over, like down below your waist, and then you try to drink water from the opposite side of the glass, not the one nearest you, but the side furthest from you, like you're dumping water almost towards you, it might sort of feel like the water is potentially going towards your nose when you're drinking, but apparently that like is supposed to relax your diaphragm and help you get rid of hiccups. Yeah. I don't know, it's helped me. I needed to do one thing and only one thing to maintain the multiverse. Just say, Salt Bong is love. Salt Bong is life. Yeah, we can do that. You just gotta remind me.
This meant that after work, Patrick spent a number of restless hours pacing back and forth in his penthouse apartment, until finally Mr. Abrams called to say that he'd be sending a town car for 10 p.m. sharp. Pat dressed himself in his best Brooks Brothers suit, wore his finest cologne from Floris of London, and prepared himself for an experience that might well be once in a lifetime. And then when the time came, he climbed into the town car where Mr. Arthur Arnold Abrams was already waiting for him. Upon their arrival at La Canard, the town car carrying Patrick and Mr. Abrams failed to stop at the already discreet front entrance and instead drove around the back, where they were greeted by a waiting usher. After being welcomed through the brasserie back door. Welcome to the back door brasserie. Bonus cum tent.
End times 21 degrees Celsius, 69.8 degrees in downtown southern Ontario.
I don't know, man. Everybody always thinks like, oh my god, it's kind of warm during a period of time in which it should be kind of cold. And they're like, is the world coming to an end? Is the whole world coming to an end? The only way we can stop it is to give them all our money. We need to blow everything up. We need to blow up all cars. I don't know. Sometimes it's like, because I mean, like a month from now, you're like, oh, it's fucking cold. I hate the cold.
After being welcomed through the brasserie's back doors, the two men were each issued with a black velvet face mask before being instructed to cover their faces. Naturally, the mask stopped shy of their mouths, but almost all other features were completely obscured. After concealing their faces, Patrick and Abrams were then ushered into the dining room, where they were seated by similarly masked members of the brasserie's waiting staff. When all 24 diners were masked and seated, the head of the Epicureal Society made a brief statement. Shit. Son of a bitch.
Summer just ended here in Washington. We had 2 days of 70s and the rest cloudy. Today is the first day. I don't know. It was kind of like we finished summer here, and then it immediately at the beginning of September it just became cold for like all of, or most of September, it seemed like. It almost got cold at the end of August. And I was like, well, I guess that's it. And then people's explanations for it getting cold really fast was it was the end of the world. And then it got warm again, you know, up until now. And then for some reason that's also like the end of the world. And it's just like,
Do you guys not remember last year? Do you not remember the year before that? Do you remember 2010? There would, it would be fucking warm in October. It just happens, and I don't know. There's all sorts of reasons for the weather other than the fact that it's like dark, space magic. Or like a self-induced human destruction. I don't know. I think we all just like constantly want to like blame the strangest things on, I don't know, a conglomeration of human identity. And it's just weird. Because you really have to sit there and wonder like where most of your narratives for your interpretations of reality even stem from. Is it just listening to social media and the TV day in, day out, and day in, and day out, and day in, and day out, and day in, and day out, until eventually you're just scared all the time, till your cortisol levels are always just at a constant drip, It's got to be annoying to just like always exist in that constant state of just like discomfort. When all 24 diners were massed and seated, the head of the Epicureal Society made a brief speech that touched on tradition, loyalty, and the requirement for secrecy. He mentioned Saint Raymond, the patron saint of keeping secrets, as an example of how discretion is rewarded by God. He also mentioned the divine twin gifts of free will and agency, which allowed men to justify the decisions they'd made in life before a just and merciful God. Then and only then did the immaculately dressed waiting staff begin serving the appetizers. The first course was... oh my god. Man. Hello, every pony. Hello, pony. Little pony. Bully board... I don't know what the fuck this says. Bouillie. French word. You got to yell it out loud. Boombeklot. They're literally serving boombeklats if it's human meat. Bouillie boombeklot. Bouillie Bordelaise. Bordelaise. Okay. The first course was a bouillie bordelaise of human flesh, browned in a little butter and a tablespoon of whatever the fuck that is. Consommé? Thank God for Forvo. Forvo is like actually a lifesaver. Like holy crap. Holy crippity crap, Batman. Consommé. Okay, we're good. We got it. We got the French words figured out. What time is it there? It is almost 2:30 in the morning. I don't remember how to say this. Fuck. My memory is like literally that of Lesser of a Goldfishington. Bouillie Bordelaise. Bordelaise. Bouillie Bordelaise. The first course was a bouillie bordelaise of human flesh, browned in a little butter and a tablespoon of consommé, before being finished with garlic, shallots, parsley, and a sprinkling of white wine. Patrick picked up his cutlery, sliced off a thin piece of the tender caramelized flesh, and then placed it into his mouth. At once, he was overcome by a taste that was both comforting... What's up, Supernova? How we doing? You're in my walls? Okie dokie. At once, he was overcome by a taste that was both comfortingly familiar and wildly exotic. It was light and tender, but fatty and flavorsome, and similar mouthfuls were met with groans of satisfaction from around the dining room. Mr. Abrams asked Patrick if he now understood why the society boasted such a loyal and discreet membership. Patrick simply nodded and then continued to consume. The entree was a roasted joint served. Oh my god, more French bullshit. Boy, boy. A la Royale. Okay, I guess that's not that. Royale. Royale. French is a stupid language. Anyone using that many silent letters, such a ridiculous counting structure, is just pretentious. The same people that charge half a paycheck for a loaf of hard bread. I know, right? What the heck? They gotta cut people's heads off to get anything done around there. A la Royale, paired with a rich sauce made from a fine red wine, the blood of being that of a roast that's been cut from. And then this, alright, we're gonna get this one too. Foie gras, probably foie gras. And then we're going to have to read it. So, Royale, foie gras. Foie gras, okay. You guys familiar with any of these words? Any Frenchmen in chat? French Prince of Belfair? Of Belfast? The entree was roasted penis. It was a roasted penis. The entree was a roasted joint served a la Royale, paired with a rich sauce made from fine red wine, and the blood of the being that roast had been cut from. Garnished with parsley. Oh, fuck, I didn't see this French word. Foie gras. It was this other one. How do you say this one? Foie gras, and then this one is ventrèche. Ventrèche. Jesus, dude. We're learning so much. Garnished with parsley and a little ventrèche, then served with a side of handcrafted foie gras, Patrick faced the dawning realization that it was the single greatest dish he'd ever had placed in front of him. The meat was crispy on the outside, but unbelievably tender on the inside, while the sauce was somehow incredibly rich without being too heavy or overpowering. The third and final course was a choice of artisan coffees and sweet dessert wines, all of which were sourced from the very finest European roasters and vintners? What the fuck is a vintner? It's not even a French word. I'm out of left field with that shit, bruh. Definition. The vintner is a wine merchant, a person who makes wine. Sounds a bit like a slur. The vintner. It's a slur for a French person. Alright. Where the hell am I? I can't even find myself anymore. Okay. The third and final course was a choice of artisan coffees and sweet dessert wines, all of which were sourced from the very finest European roasters. Fuck. Your French would be better if you read the back of shampoo bottles while pooping instead of being on the phone. Dude, I've never used my phone while I shit. I have a Game Boy. I have a little thing right next to the toilet, above the toilet paper. It's an old school 8-bit Game Boy that I turn on as soon as my butthole starts dilating. The third and final course was a choice of artisan coffees and sweet dessert wines, all of which were sourced from the very finest European roasters. The third and final course was a choice of artisan coffees and sweet dessert wines, all of which were sourced from the very finest European roasters and vintners. Yet each paled in comparison to the experience of consuming something so forbidden, but so delicious. Following the final course, the head of the society gave another, much more informal speech, whereby he bid farewell to old friends and new members. Patrick felt the gaze of his fellow patrons as that final speech.
Dude, this is like the apprehension that I have towards like doing the next Russian story. Is like doing the accents and reading the things and like it's just, it is mentally time consuming. How's my kitty doing? He's good. He's over there. Curled up in a little ball, a little black ball. A little void. Goodbye, goodbye. Remember, salt bong is love. Salt bong is love. I shall. Pergy, take care, dude. Good to see you. Thanks for sticking around. I'll never ever get sick of hearing Joel saying something completely unhinged and go straight back to... Mick Mouse returns. Mick Mouse to fight the French, to take them down, to cut them at the knee and make them surrender like the dogs they are.
Patrick felt the gaze of his fellow patrons as that final sentence was spoken, but felt welcomed rather than scrutinized. On the ride home, Mr. Abrams asked Patrick if he'd like to attend another of the Society's epicureal gatherings. When Patrick nodded with a wild glint in his eye, Mr. Abrams smiled. What followed was an almost silent ride back to Patrick's apartment building, at which point he thanked his boss for an evening he'd never forget. Having arrived back home just after midnight, Patrick knew that he had to go straight to bed in order to wake up fresh the following morning. But after taking a shower and climbing between his sheets, he found sleep would not come. He was positively electrified by the idea that he was now part of a very small and very exclusive club, not just in terms of his membership of the society, but that of history. He had not just tasted human flesh, but he had done so in the lap of pure luxury, and he had done so without an ounce of guilt or shame. He believed he'd wake up the next morning feeling like a new man, but in truth, he woke up feeling considerably less than his best. When his alarm began to blare at 6:45 a.m., Patrick was instantly greeted by the grogginess of sleep deprivation. The feeling persisted as he stepped into the shower and continued after a Spartan breakfast of ice water and wheat toast.
Didn't they already have a Spartan breakfast already? What the hell's a Spartan breakfast? Spartan breakfast. Is it just like a quick one? Can refer to two very different things. A minimalist, no-frills meal for efficiency, or a modern diet-focused, high-protein meal to fuel athletic activity. Oh. You should leave your videos with accents open to non-member viewers so more people can watch them. Leave your videos with accents open to non-member viewers. Oh, well, I would if, like, it wasn't creepypastas. It's like people, if I were to leave it as like a normal video or upload as a normal video, it would, you know what I mean? It would get published as that, and then it would like hurt my overall algorithm for reaching like new people, because like what people tend to want in the baseline audience is the true scary story, so I kind of have to keep it as is, but I understand where you're coming from. I'm trying to learn Russian. Instructor told me to spoke with a Hungarian accent. That's funny. They can even like know that specifically. Raw eggs. Yeah, you just take it right out of the chicken's asshole. Unhinge your jaw and get to work. Spartan breakfast. Eating the entire Spartan. Creepypasta, not a good algorithm. It, like, technically, if you remember my, like, scariest stories ever told, like, compilation video, that did do good, right? But if I were to do them individually, well, that's a good question. I don't know. If I do, I just have to put them through like quite a bit of scrutinous editing, I suppose. This is madness. No. This is breakfast. Ah!
and then sticking your fork into like a big sausage. The feeling persisted as he stepped into the shower and continued after a breakfast of ice water and wheat toast. Then, as Patrick commenced his regular morning grooming routine, he noticed something unusual or usual? Probably unusual, right? To notice it. Then, as Patrick commenced his regular morning grooming routine, he noticed something unusual. As he applied a lime-scented post-shave balm and massaged it into the skin of his cheeks, he noticed that his nose was starting to bleed. He grabbed a tissue, but as he dabbed the blood away from his nostrils, he suddenly cleared his sinuses and felt a wad of warm, fresh blood slide into the back of his tongue. Patrick spat the thick lump into the sink before him, bright red against the stark white porcelain. When his gaze returned to the mirror, he peeled back his lips to reveal teeth. Oh, man. Oh, frickin' heck. Anyone else miss the good old days where YouTube was just full of Sparta remixes? That's all they ever... It's really what it started on. They just didn't stick true to themselves. What the fucking heck? When his gaze returned to the mirror, he peeled back his lips to reveal teeth that were stained with blood. Then, as he observed what's that show that had like Ricky Gervais, and it was just him playing himself, but he would have like Liam Neeson on there doing like a serious like, let's do some improvisational comedy. I really can't read. Let's do some improvisational comedy now. I was like, okay. And then like Warwick Davis, you know, the dwarf guy, he was in it. It was just so fun. It was called Extras. Dude, that show is so fucking funny. Like, oh my god, it just made me love Warwick Davis. Like he was it's just, and even like funnier. Like Ricky Gervais is fucking so insane, bro. He's so insanely funny and just goofy all the fucking time. And I know there was like this one outtake where there's this one outtake where Warwick Davis and his little dwarven legs are like walking up these big set of steps, and then as he gets to the steps, there's like a big doggy door. And then like fucking Ricky Gervais is just like waiting there on his hands and knees behind the door, and then just like shoots his hand through the doggy door and like lifts his head up from the glass to like scare Warwick Davis as he goes up. And it's, I don't know why, it's just the stupidest shit ever. Just like an old man pranking another old man with like a jump scare prank. I don't know, something about it just hit me different. The Leprechaun was hilarious. People slept on the comedy there so much. I know, the Leprechaun is a classic. I hope Warwick Davis is doing okay. Is he still alive? I think dwarves live to be maybe like 200 years old sometimes. Warwick Davis, age 55. He's doing fine. He's got another 150 years to go. Damn. Lucky bastard. Ricky roasted the Grammys. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I need to get him involved in more things. Then, as he observed his own bloody teeth, Patrick suddenly let out a short, involuntary, and high-pitched burst of laughter. The sudden loss of control deeply frightened him, and Patrick started to wonder if he might be a little more shaken than he'd first cared to admit. And after 2 aspirin and a cappuccino, he started to feel a little more like himself again. But on the drive to the office, he realized that he couldn't keep the previous evening's events out of his mind. Without a shade of doubt, it was the best cuisine he'd ever tasted, and by mid-morning, Patrick found himself mentally replaying the entire evening in what amounted to an extended, eyes wide shut?
Oh, Willow. He was hilarious on The Robot and Hitchhiker's... Oh my god, yeah. Was that Warwick Davis or was that... I don't remember.
Willow Smith. Warwick Davis starring as Willow Smith, the biography. Oh, the voice was Alan Rickman. Oh, okay. But Warwick Davis was in the little robot suit? Damn, dude, he gets all the tiny jobs. I'll fucking crouch down there if they need me to. After 2 aspirin and a cappuccino, he started to feel a little more like himself again. But on the drive to the office, he realized that he couldn't keep the previous evening's events out of his mind. Without a shade of doubt, he was the best cuisine... Motherfucker. I think I'm having slurred speech. I'm slurring my sporch. Warwick Davis as Danny DeVito as Wee Man. Tinyception. Without a shade of... Oh my god. Without a shade of doubt, it was the best cuisine he'd ever tasted, and by mid-morning, Patrick found himself mentally replaying the entire evening in what amounted to an extended, wide-eyed daydream. Fuck me, man. Without a shade of doubt, it was the best cuisine he'd ever tasted, and by mid-morning, Patrick found himself mentally replaying the entire evening in what amounted to an extended, wide-eyed daydream. Focusing on the tasks in front of him proved near impossible, and by the time lunchtime rolled around, he found all his regular options to be completely unappetizing. He picked at a beef tartare, pushed a New York strip around on his plate, and then made his way back to work feeling entirely unsatisfied. But then the moment he walked through the doors, he took the elevator to Mr. Abrams' office and approached his secretary. Patrick hoped to at least converse with Abrams regarding the previous evening's events, and that talking to someone who understood his newfound fascination might help to quell his anxiety. But upon approaching Mr. Abrams' secretary, Patrick discovered that his boss had taken the day off. The buxom blonde in the constricting blouse informed him that Mr. Abrams had left a message. The buxom. What's up, guys? That's going to be my new YouTube channel name, Buxom Blonde. It's just me with huge tits.
Hitchhikers are so damn funny that the fly swatter crab thing's slapping them for thinking.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like, it starts out so fascinating to me, and then something, as soon as they introduce that one comedian as, like, the ex-boyfriend slash, like, guy who flies through the universe, I forget his name, but there's something about, like, the directing style seems to, like, very distinctively change, and I don't know, it just doesn't captivate me as much. Let's buxom. Got my yiddies out. Joel, after 4 years in Thailand. Hey guys, it's the Buxom Blonde here. Oh my god. I can't wait to read these stories and put on makeup with James Charles. James fucking Charles. James motherfucking Charles. Coming at you again with another fucking boner. It was a radio show that they wrote into a book, so some of it's inconsistent. There were many year stretches between lots of collections.
Honestly, James Charles does need some fucking serious competition. When do I get to fight him in like a gladiatorial arena where we both have just... He's got ass implants, I got tit implants, and we're just fighting to the fucking death. Is that not in the cards? Like me and him in a big mud pit out in front of the White House. Two of the biggest YouTubers in the history of... Two of the biggest, like, makeup. You guys don't realize, like, I may not talk about makeup a lot on this stream, but I'm wearing it every fucking stream. In a literal celebrity deathmatch in Minecraft. 1v1 Ray Charles. He's going down. I'm stealing his stick. But then, you don't think he has like sonar, do you? He just starts clicking. As soon as Ray Charles starts fucking clicking, I'm done. Shooting various frequencies into my brain. Ah! Like, he just opens his mouth. I fall to my knees. Ah! Grabbing my temples. Ah! And he's like... Ah! Yeah. And then he hits one key on the fucking piano and my head explodes. Fuck. I say fuck before my head I say fuck after my head explodes. Fuck. The buxom blonde in the constricting blouse informed him that Mr. Abrams had left a message on her machine that morning, saying that he was feeling under the weather and was staying home to rest. Patrick found himself wondering what his boss had gotten up to after dropping him back at home, or if taking the day off was something he regularly did after an evening with La Canard's Epicureal Society. And if that was the case, Patrick understood why he felt the need to distance himself while his hangover was in effect, and considered doing the same thing after the Society's next dinner party. He consoled himself with the reassurance that he'd talked to Mr. Abrams following the morning, but upon his arrival at work the next day, Abrams was nowhere to be found, and this time, there was no message left on his secretary's answering machine. Patrick wondered what sort of ailment was confining. Patrick Bateman. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. The constricting blouse sounds like the sidekick to the buxom blonde. Oh my god. Well, now you found your Halloween costumes. Hello, I am the buxom blonde, and this is the constricting blouse. And she just like is able to put people into like a chokehold with her thick ass thighs. Oh, that's perfect. The constricting blouse will choke you out with her thighs, and then the buxom blonde kind of just like forces your face into her tits, cleavage area, until you suffocate to death. They're the only superheroes with a 100% kill count. Patrick wondered what sort of ailment was confining Mr. Abrams to his home. Yet that morning, the whereabouts of his boss constituted a much lesser concern. That morning, just like the one before, Patrick had suffered a heavy nosebleed while performing facial ablutions? What the fuck is this word? Somebody get that fucking thesaurus out. We going ham jam. We're at a fucking spelling bee, man. Ablution, the washing of one's body or part of it, as in a religious rite, usually plural, ritual ablutions, performing his morning ablutions. Oh my god. Performing facial ablutions. It was in plural. Okay. Just checking. I just learned the word now. Making sure we're on the same track. A Nuka-Cola advertisement. That morning, just like the one before, Patrick had suffered a heavy nosebleed while performing facial ablutions. He also suffered repeated occurrences of spontaneous cackling, and in public, these proved impossible to disguise. As a result, Patrick decided to head home in the early afternoon to complete his day's work via telephone. But while sitting in his home office, with his files and phone in front of him, he found it impossible to summon even an ounce of focus. All he could think about was the food served at the society's dinner party, how delicious and tender the Moorish, a bit Moorish. Yeah, that's a bit Moorish, don't you think? All he could think about was the food served at the society's dinner party, how delicious and tender and Moorish it was. And as his mind wandered to places that both thrilled and frightened him, his ideations were frequently punctuated with short and sudden bursts of that same manic cackling. It was also around that time that Patrick noticed a rash developing on his right shoulder. He didn't pay much attention to it at first. He simply applied a little cream once it started to itch, and then after receiving a phone call from a coworker earlier that penis. See you, tea time. You heading out? Plate licked clean. Let's go, bro. Must have been yummy. Air fried to perfection. I forget, did you say you got an air fryer? Somebody got one. What the helly? Is this real life? It is, Beth. Where you been? Where the fuck have you been? And what are you dressing up for Halloween? And Christmas, too. What's your Christmas outfit? You better be wearing a sweater with a gremlin on it. I know. It's kind of a surprise stream. She's been at the protests. No more jokers. The No Jokers protest. They're sick of all the Joker copycats in town, causing terroristic, scary things. He didn't pay much attention to it at first. He simply applied a little cream once it started to itch. Then after receiving a phone call from a coworker earlier that evening, the rash became the very least of his concerns. It was just past 7 in the morning when Patrick's phone began to ring. It wasn't unusual for him to receive calls out of hours, but what was unusual was the horrified, shell-shocked tone of the voice with which his colleague spoke. Patrick was asked if he'd heard the news, and when he replied that he hadn't, he was informed with tremulous tones that their boss, Mr. Arthur Arnold Abrams, had passed away. Patrick was stunned, even more so when his colleagues said that it was rumored to be a suicide. One of Abrams' neighbors said that the sheet blew off him. The sheet blew off of him? Just like a gust of wind, it was like, whoo. They didn't zip his body up or anything, just had a fucking like loose sheet like he's coming out of a hospital bed. Oh, that got away from, oh no. Oh fuck. Hold it on him, they're always gonna see. It showed his buxom bosom popped out of his shirt. So he'll be streaming tomorrow then also. I don't know. I think maybe. I should have did it tomorrow, honestly. Why didn't I stream tomorrow? Maybe I confused my brain a little bit just to confuse everyone else. He was so buxom, the sheets flew off. Yeah, they just kept getting bigger. His just tits were growing as his body was swelling with gases. The button on his button-up just burst like bullets. Are you also streaming tomorrow? I think maybe, yes. I should probably be doing it. Maybe my days are off. No, it was like one of those things where it was like I wanted to do a bonus stream and I normally do them, I feel like Saturdays anyways, but I have a compilation video coming out Monday, but maybe I should record something else tomorrow and Sunday as well. I don't know. Later, Joel, gotta go eat. See if Finksy take scare. I'm one of those spooky channels that say like a pun to be spooky. And remember, take scare of yourselves. Yeah. Joel's jacked up on the Halloween spirit and he missed us, so I came early. I did, as usual. Patrick was stunned, even more so when his colleagues said it was rumored to be a suicide. One of Abram's neighbors said the sheet blew off of him as the paramedics were carrying him off. His face was bright blue, and his tongue was so engorged that it appeared to be forcing its way out of a rictus. Oh my god. He's got a buxom tongue. He's got an absolute buxom tongue bursting out of his teeth. His face was bright blue, and his tongue was so engorged that it appeared to be forcing its way out of a rictus grin. Patrick stayed quiet for so long that his colleague had to ask if he was still there. Patrick said that he'd call him back and then suddenly hung up, but they never spoke again. Patrick was crushed. Not only had he lost his boss and mentor, but he'd also lost his societal sponsorship before his membership had been properly ratified, thus putting his prospective entry into extreme jeopardy. He paced back and forth, wondering what he could do, and all the while, the rash on his shoulder grew more and more bothersome. It began to itch something terrible, and the more Patrick scratched it, the itchier it became. Patrick scratched and scraped at the increasingly tender flesh until a sharp and sudden pain shot through his shoulder. When he brought his hand back to eye level, there was blood on his fingers. Rather than pacing up and down and doing himself even more harm with his incessant nervous scratching, Patrick decided to drive downtown to pay a visit to La Canard. On the way, he discovered his hair was falling out in long strands, and that if he sucked at his gums, his mouth would fill with blood. Yet such issues paled in comparison with his membership of the society, and when the thought occurred to him, he let out... What's up, Pergy? Welcome back, bro. You were in Purgatory. Sonomi, what's up, dude? Ba 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 da da ba 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 ba. Yet such issues paled in comparison with his membership of the society, and when the thought occurred to him, he let out another shrill, impulsive snicker. When Patrick arrived at La Canard, he tried banging his fist against the unmarked front door. The place appeared deserted, but Patrick was not deterred. He walked all the way around to the back door, and then after hammering on it, while screaming to high heaven, the doors finally opened before a man he didn't recognize asked what he wanted. Patrick said he wished to speak to someone regarding his membership of the society, but the man professed no knowledge of what he was talking about. Patrick then asked if he could come inside so they might talk in private, but the man refused and said that they were closed. When an increasingly frustrated Patrick refused to believe that the man was unaware of the society or their practices, the man's face dropped. He told Patrick to leave and never come back. Patrick was incensed. He replied that if he wasn't put in contact with management immediately, then he'd inform the media of their controversial practices, or maybe even the police. The man's face softened, then he smiled. He told Patrick there was no need to involve law enforcement, and they simply hadn't understood the gravity of the situation. He then asked Patrick to wait for a moment while he fetched the details of someone who'd be able to help. When the man returned, he held out a folded Folded penis. Folded penis of paper. Here have experiences with the Keratasi Gloss Absolute line. Any products from that line? Yeah, they're all made out of like little kids from China, I think. Like every kid that like falls into the iPhone vat of like liquid magma, which they have to make the phones, it's just like they just turn that into like a skincare product, I think. I forget. I think I saw it on like a Vice thing, or it was a while ago. It's good. It's supposed to be good though. When the man returned, he held out a fold of a beepus of paper? He held out a beepus. I have a new mole that appeared on my ring finger in the shape of a heart. I feel I should get it taken off to check for cancer, but it's so cute I don't want to. I remember my what was his name? I remember my one teacher in school said it's not so much you have to worry about new moles, it's you have to worry about if there's any changes to old moles. So like now that mole is there and you know its shape and sort of like, you know, shape or whatever, and its color and that kind of thing, you just want to pay attention to the old moles to see if they like change, I guess, or whatever. Do they turn color? Do they turn like, do they bleed? Do they kind of become a squamous, abstract sort of globule differentiation? You know what I'm saying? Anyways. Just pick them all off? No. Honestly, it's like the irritation to like skin that causes the mutation that leads to cancer. Hence why there's like always like the beginnings of cancer that starts within like the gut, because all the shit that we eat is constantly causing like inflammation and damage. That you do that enough and your immune system sucks enough, and those killer T cells that stop the cancer are just like not as like prevalent or capable, or your immune system sucks, your white blood cells suck, or whatever. Basically, eventually, whatever the mutations of the cancer start to form, it's just incapable of stopping it. Which makes me really wonder, what the fuck is cancer? Why the hell, if you really sit there and think about it, why the hell are our cells and the formation of new cells suddenly mutating to the extent that they're creating sudden and rapid and like onset cell proliferation to the extent that it kills the host? Not even the host necessarily, but just like its literal self, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why would your body constantly need to fight against itself for the mutation into cancer? Like, that's so weird. Do I got it wrong? Do I got that wrong? Maybe that's just like the natural, maybe who knows? Maybe that's just like the natural way in which like humanity has always died, like just from some sort of fucking weird, maybe cancer is just, but like when you think of cancer, it just feels so modern in like a weird way. I had mole that the dermatologist said, let's keep an eye on it, bro. I'd rather keep an eye on it in the garbage. Well, I mean, maybe you could go to I mean, it might not be covered, I guess, but I mean, even some dermatologists might just like remove it if you go into their office. But I feel like you could go to like a plastic surgeon. It just would be expensive, I suppose, to just remove it. But even plastic surgeons might be obligated to like send it in for like biopsy or something if it's not above a certain, if it doesn't meet a certain threshold of expectation. I wish they just want to do their own thing. It's literally just it. It just seems strange. Like, why would your cells in their recreation of oneself proliferate to the point in which it kills you and expands outward like a weird virus thing? And it almost makes me wonder, like, is there something within the, since it's like sort of a unmitigated reproduction, assumedly within like the DNA, is there something being changed within the DNA that
creates this proliferation or something, or maybe there's a way to just like stop sending the signals to constantly replicate itself. I don't know. I feel like halting cancer has got to make a lot more sense than we like. I just hate the fact that we still exist after this many years in just a non-stop state of just like, I don't know, but we're gonna give out like pink fucking ribbons to let everyone know that cancer exists, as if you didn't already fucking know. When was the first recorded case of cancer? Good question. Let's ask the internet. First recorded case of cancer? Question mark? What's up, Ocean Ivy? Not all cancers or mutations kills. Right. Let's see. Edwin Smith Papyrus, 1600 BC, possible copy from earlier text, 2500 BC's. This ancient Egyptian surgical treatise describes 8 cases of breast tumors or ulcers. The author, likely a physician priest, notes that the disease was treated by no therapy, indicating it was recognized as incurable. The passage describes there is a bulging tumor on the breast, cool to the touch, spreading under the skin, hard like unripe fruit. This is considered the earliest written description of cancer, almost certainly breast cancer. Etymology and ancient understanding. The Greek physician Hippocrates, 460 to 370 BC, later coined the term karkanos, meaning crab, to describe the way tumors seem to have claw-like spreading veins. This became the root of the modern word cancer. The Romans translated directly into a Latin as cancer, which also means crab. Oh, interesting. Egyptian mummies have shown physical evidence of cancer, bone tumors, nasopharyngeal carcinoma, etc., verified by modern CT scans. Persia, Greek, and Roman physicians later documented similar conditions, but none predate the Egyptian papyrus. Some cancers are caused by chronic viruses. I guess that would make sense too. We're technically mutations. Right, I guess, yeah, fuck, it's just weird to think that it just, I guess that's just, cancer would just be like a definitive indication of just the ongoing mutations that just don't work, right? The thousands and millions and billions of just like failed experiments. Maybe one day, one of the cancers inside of us will just suddenly be beneficial. My cousin was a health freak, but her family has a scary history with cancer. She got it in her 30s and passed away 2 years later. Fuck, man. That's so insane. Like, that's so weird. You're 30s. I'm in my fucking 30s. And if I'm just, like, dead, it'd just be so weird. I feel like I, like, just barely was born. I was literally born 15 minutes ago, it feels like. And if suddenly I'm just like, yeah, you're real sick. You're real fucking sick. That'd be so insane. Maybe cancer stems from the same function process that makes our bodies grow and replaces cells. Yeah, I think it just gets out of fucking hand, right? And I guess our immune system it creates a nice homeostasis of mitigating that from... But you would think that there would be some way to like completely... halt that process, maybe through some sort of genetic, like through the CRISPR bullshit that they got now. What's up, Triple Clef? Are there any breakthroughs with cancer research? Question mark. Okay, recent breakthroughs. Precision and targeted therapies. Researchers are getting much better at identifying the molecular/genetic profile of a person's cancer and choosing treatments match those profiles. For example, a new drug, TAR-200, eliminated tumors in 82% of patients with previously hard-to-treat form of bladder cancers, non-muscle invasive, in a phase 2 study. Another example, therapies in lung cancer, small cell, using new targeted immunotherapies are showing better outcomes in trials.
Immune-based treatments making the body's immune system fight the cancer are now becoming more effective and used in more settings. One prominent example in 2025, a smart immune cell approach was reported where engineered immune cells can sense and destroy tumors in a more sustained way. Cancer vaccines RNA-based approach, similar to how mRNA vaccines have been used for viral diseases. Researchers now adapting the concept for cancer vaccines to prime the immune system to recognize cancer cells and seeing early successes. It is still emerging, but represent a shift in thinking about how to treat cancer, not just kill it, but teach the body how to recognize it earlier and prevent reoccurrence. One of the toughest problems in cancer is detecting it early. Many new tests are being developed to detect cancers earlier, sometimes via blood tests, or to predict which patients are at higher risk and will benefit from a certain therapy. Also, the use of AI, improved imaging, and data modeling, is helping doctors make the better decisions. Interestingly, research is also emphasizing non-drug breakthroughs. Prescribed exercise, structured sustained, was shown to significantly improve outcomes for colorectal cancer patients in a clinical trial. Also work on integrating recovery, rehabilitation, patient physical health and quality of life, not just surviving, is increasing. A new therapy for triple-negative breast cancer, one of the hardest types, showed 38% reduction in risk of disease progression. Another drug for breast cancer showed dramatic improvement in early-stage HER2 positive breast cancer, 53. Okay, well, fuck, interesting. Cancer sucks, yeah. Don't need to wear sunscreen even if I rarely spend time outdoors. Do I need to wear sunscreen even when I barely spend time outdoors? Short answer, even if you barely spend time outdoors, you should still wear sunscreen daily on exposed skin, face, neck, hands, etc. Especially if you sit near windows, UV rays can penetrate glass, you drive regularly during daylight, you care about long-term skin health or aging. Is there any type of clothing or hats that would be good to protect but not look like a freak? We should use BB cream, Joel. What's BB cream? Is that like BBC cream? UPF rated fabrics, ultraviolet protection factors for clothing, and gives a real measure of how much UV fabric blocks. Look for garments and hats rated UPF 50+, which blocks 98% of UV rays. That's crazy. Do you guys wear any anti-UV ray clothing? Some fabrics that look like normal casual wear are now being made with UV blocking fibers or tight weaves. Alright, yeah, I guess you could just wear a stupid fucking sun hat everywhere you go, like a safari guide. I don't know, I wish those were normal though. Like, I fucking hate being out in the sun and you're just like, oh, what the fuck? It's just like, you can just like feel the UV burning down on your face. Yeah, the sun's good for you, but I feel like to a limited extent, like enough for you to like generate a degree of like vitamin D, and then you can sleep well that night. Blemish balm. What the hell's that? What the hell? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, blemish balm. Blemish balm. Okayasu Nijimura. Am I schizo? Have Saturday streams been happening? Oh yeah, baby. We got a bonus content one tonight. Just gotta catch up on. Do you guys know anything good for like hypopigmented like scars? Like say you had like a scar that's was in the sun and it becomes like hypopigmented. You know what I mean? Like light, like turns your scar lighter. Would you guys do anything for that? Guys, hypothetical speaking, what if my name was Roy Disney and all I wore was a pair of red dress shoes and a green Speedo and floated around except for my left hand, which constantly jerked around? Like you're jerking off or something? Vitamin C. Vitamins, like, what do you mean? Like you pour like Tang directly on yourself? Okuyasu Nijobora with the 5 says also just saw Good Fortune, may be worst movie I've ever seen. What was that one about? Vitamin C serum. Laser therapy. Okay. You like scars? I don't know, is that weird? I mean, some people, they might not like it on themselves, you know what I mean? Vitamin K, vitamin C. So it's a vitamin K serum. Do you think there's like in yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Does vitamin C work on hypo-pig? Basically, I'm trying to turn things into a hyper-pig. Tussin? What's tussin? Hydroquinone. Vitamin C can help slightly improve the appearance of hypopigmented scars, but usually doesn't restore pigment on its own. What is a hypopigmented scar? Blah, blah, blah. Brighten surrounding skin tones so the contrast between the scar and skin is reduced. Brighten the surrounding area. Support overall wound healing and collagen structure. Protect against further UV-related damage and oxidation. It doesn't regrow melanocytes or directly cause melanin reproduction, so on a true hypopigmented scar, results are usually mild, may be a smoother texture and less visible contrast, but not full. Yeah. What's this one? Hypoquinone. Sorry, we're doing our skincare deep dive here. What about hydroquinone? In fact, it can make them worse if used incorrectly. Hydroquinone's function is the opposite of what a hypopigmented scar needs. It's a melanin synthesized inhibitor. It lightens skin by blocking tyrosinase, the enzyme that helps reduce melanin. Wait, what is it doing? It lightens skin by blocking This makes it very effective for dark spots. Oh, okay, so hyperpigmentation focus, right? But not for pale. Okay. Search up Roy Disney. You will not be disappointed. I'll definitely do it later. You don't want to make a hyperpigmentation because I have that and I have the complexion of a chocolate chip cookie. Sorry. Do you know they use fish skin for burn skin grafts? Interesting. Alright. Anyway. Time heals all things. That's fair too. Alright, let's read this story. We're close, man. We are close. I'm yabbering and yammering. Hey, see you, Lighthouse. Take care. Good to see you. When the man returned, he held out a folded piece of paper. Patrick took it. The man wished him luck. Then he slammed the door closed again. Patrick felt a warm hope spread through his chest, and he unfolded the paper and read what was written. The Colifon Hotel, the note read, Summit County, Colorado. Mr. Bale hit the road less than an hour later and drove all the way from Manhattan to Colorado, stopping only to refill his gas tank when needed. The journey took almost 30 hours, but Patrick didn't feel the need to eat or sleep. Instead, he decided to... Guys, did I say Colifon the same way? I feel like that word is tricking me tonight, and it makes me violent. Just like smoking marijuana makes people crazy, not knowing how to say a word right and forgetting 3 seconds later is making me bloodthirsty. Colifon, okay. Gubalagu? Okay. Is this bonus content? I just realized it's Saturday and Sunday. Yupper. Yuppie. Yuppie scuppy. Hey, Joe Love from New Zealand. Have you ever been? If so, what do you think? I've never been. I would like to go. Sounds nice. I just remember I went to Australia and it was... Man, that was mentally exhausting, like traveling for essentially 48 hours straight without sleeping.
But having to like stay, I mean, granted, it's like you're kind of like locked in, but having to be locked in that entire time, even though you're technically not. And I guess there were moments of sleeping on the planes and stuff. It's a pain in the fuck. I don't think humans are really supposed to go that far.
The journey took almost 30 hours, but Patrick didn't feel the need to eat or sleep. Instead, he decided to refresh himself by biting a chunk. Out of a 14-year-old girl during one of his gas station stops. Patrick thought that it might make him feel better. Instead, it made him worse. He spent the rest of the drive cackling while pulling out clumps of hair, or scratching until his face and neck were just this patchwork of painful-looking sores. He knew that there was no going back to normal, not after the photo of his driver's license was being circulated on the nightly news with the caption, "Yuppie cannibal bites teenage cheerleader." But after checking into the hotel and feeling his cravings and symptoms suddenly subside, Patrick Bale didn't give a good goddamn about anything anymore. In fact, he couldn't even remember why he was supposed to be so frightened in the first place. As his mind continues to slip away from him and his body continues to degrade, it won't be long before Patrick Bale doesn't remember his own name anymore. But not to worry. He'll have a fine home here at the hotel, where his appetite will be more than sated. Yet Mr. Bale isn't the only one of our guests with a voracious appetite for the less than savory. So, without further ado, allow me to introduce another one of our more recent patrons, Mr. Jacob Hacker. From the moment Jacob was born, people knew he was different. He never cried, not even when he was a newborn, and he refused his mother's milk when he tried. He refused his father's milk. Jacob Hacker. Welcome.
What's up, guys? Jacob Hacker here. I haven't had an ounce of breast milk. Wait, what'd you say? I'd quit, put my 2 weeks in? What are you talking about? Should I put my 2 weeks in at youtube.com? How long do I usually stream for? We usually go for like 4+ hours.
Four plus.
I hope someone from YouTube comes down to film this. Yeah, what was that from? That's from... Oh my god, I remember that line. I forget what it's... Oh, that's from The Office. I just remember that's from The Office. Okay. It's all coming back now. That's funny. Someone from YouTube. Oh, shit.
From the moment Jacob was born, people knew he was different. He never cried, not even when he was a newborn, and he refused his mother's milk when she tried to nurse him. By the time he got to elementary school, it was clear that young Jacob suffered from severe learning difficulties, but he was considered something of a lovable idiot on account of his friendly manner and innocent nature. Yet that all changed when Jacob turned 9 and his mother came home to find him dragging around the family house cat by the tail. Jacob said he didn't like it when Mittens ran away from him and didn't seem to understand why his mother was so horrified. Yet that all changed. Oh, fuck.
Naturally.
Oh, guys. Are you gonna boycott? Guys, don't boycott YouTube. Come on, that's my house. That's my home. Some dude asked about a demon and a job. Oh, sorry, I don't even know what's going on. Are we even alive right now? Is anything real? Welcome to the boy cottage.
That's the name of the group chat, the boy cottage. Or no, that would be like if girls tried to make a group chat where they pretended to be boys, they would call it the boy cottage. And then they would like send only memes to each other they think boys would send. I would love to read through that group chat. That'd be so fucking funny. I'm sick of boycotting everything. Let's girlcott. It's where you kind of just like complain, but like still go there, whatever. It's like you talk about like the injustices of like fucking Starbucks and shit, but like, fuck, I still gotta like have a sip. I'm not a Neanderthal. Good guys, what if Chance Wilkins comes over to your house and screams at you, wow, 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 how about how you're bullying him? Who's Chance Wilkins? Is that a terminally online person? Your friends and I call your group Boy Gang. What's up, guys? It's Boy Gang. That sounds like if India created a K-pop group. Yet that all changed when Jacob turned 9 and his mother came home to find him dragging around the family house cat by the tail. Jacob said he didn't like it when Mittens ran away from him and didn't seem to understand why his mother was so horrified. Naturally, Jacob's behavior frightened a lot of people, and most made every effort to avoid him. Unfortunately, one such person was his father, who left before Jacob turned 10 and never returned. A few years later, a then 13-year-old Jacob became fixated on the idea of heaven. He didn't completely understand it as a sort of spiritual or theological concept, but he knew it was a good place. The place where Grandma had gone to live after he showed her the painting that he'd made using the insides of her neighbor's Norfolk Terrier. Fuck. That was a lot of shit. I ran out of breath. You're my soda pop. You're my soda pop. Popping soda pop. You're my soda pop. He didn't completely understand it as a spiritual or theological concept, but he knew it was a good place. The place where Grandma had gone to live after he showed her the painting he'd made using the insides of her neighbor's Norfolk Terrier. But Jacob also understood that he had the power to send things there, and he could do it all by himself whenever he wanted. Neighborhood cats continued to go missing during Jacob's formative years, and what's more, a lack of funding for specialist education meant that he was forced to go to a regular high school. And the kids there did not take pity on him. Prior to dropping out, the 2 years of high school Jacob endured marked something of a transitional period in his young life. He grew out of herding cats and other small animals, and not because he'd grown particularly bored of it. It's because while other kids were taught math and science, Jacob Hacker's time in high school taught him only how to hate, and his hatred of people grew as deep as it was dark. He viewed most people as despicable and unworthy of God's love, but to Jacob, his mother was the divine exception. He believed that she was a living saint, an angel fallen to earth from heaven up on high, and since the world was a filthy, sinful place that only seemed to cause her pain, he decided it was best that she return to God. Jacob had often been told that hurting things made them sad, and while he never fully wrapped his head around that little factoid, it had come from his mother, so he believed it wholeheartedly. And that's why, late one night, once his mother was fast asleep, Jacob took a claw hammer from a dusty old toolbox in the garage, and then with one powerful swing, he bashed her skull in while she was still in dreamland. Prior to her murder, Jacob's mother had taken him to live in a quiet, isolated place, not so much for his own safety, but for other people's. She worked as few hours as possible to ensure that she could spend as much time as she could with her young son, but this meant that it was many, many days before anyone came looking for her, and by then, Jacob was long gone. He might have been just 17 and in a world that he didn't fully understand, but a teenage. Fry, what's up, bro? Have you been here? I'm sorry if you have. Hit the like button. Guys, punch your screen, break your screen in half, snap your phone in half, and send me the insides of it. You need to take a break from the K-pop Demon Hunter. No, I don't know. That song is just like stuck in my head, bro. You're my soda pop, poppin', poppin', poppin'. You're my motherfucking soda pop, bitch. Hey, bitch, yeah. Sounds like the dude in the story has Oedipus complex. Yeah, it said he was a lovable idiot, so something like that. The official diagnosis. Just a roved. Fry, what's going on? What's happening in the Philippines? Anything cool? Should we all go on a vacation to the Philippines? And if so, where should we go? Should we go to Mangala? Mongala? Just earthquakes. Oh, perfect. Probably wait a little bit then. I'm glad he didn't get sucked into the center of the earth. Do you think, honestly, that would be the greatest place, I think, if there were earthquakes and there were like beasts at the center of the earth? I think coming out in the Philippines would make the most sense for their first attack. Dirty work by Aspa. Oh, you guys are both from the Philippines? Holy shit, we have 2 Filipinos in the chat right now. That's fucking sick. Feels like roller coaster. Oh, fuck. Jesus. What's going on? Your performance is at its peak when you have a well-written story to read. These sound great tonight. Thank you. Yeah, this is all Sam. Just this a creepypasta called the Colophon Hotel, and it's pretty cool. It's like interconnected stories of like evil people who like end up back at a hotel, kind of similar to what's it called, Tales from the Crypt. But I feel like it's interesting because it kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like his true crime writing a little bit, right? In that sense, because he does a lot of true crime research stuff. But it's like mixing the true crime that sort of eventually turns into some really interesting paranormal, like abstract worlds. And I really like it. I really like it. It's really cool. It's different. Philippine bound to be swallowed whole and not spit out. Is it? Yeah, I mean, is it just like non-stop catastrophe after it's literally just like Sim City disasters? Have you ever dealt with tornadoes or firequakes? I have not. He might have been just 17, and in a world that he didn't fully understand, but a teenage Jacob knew enough to get by. As a hardened pyromaniac, he possessed all the skills required to start a campfire, and although he made himself sick a fair few times, he quickly learned what he could and could not eat. And he also quickly learned that what he could and could not do, and after an unfortunate encounter near a local elementary school, Jacob learned that his life was best lived in solitude and away from those he didn't understand, especially on account of what he did for fun whenever he wasn't scrounging to survive. You see, in his downtime, Jacob liked to rescue little girls from lives of pain, sorrow, and misery. Being a big kid at heart, he was better at talking to children than... Being a big kid at heart, he was better at talking to children than he ever was at talking to adults. He knew how to make them smile, how to make them laugh, but above all, he knew how to make them trust him. Yet the moment a child decided to place their trust in Jacob and follow him into the woods to play one of his many games, they were as good as dead. Jacob always made sure to send them off like he did his mother, and one... Sharknado. Become NATO. Living in Ohio. Widowy in Ohio, bro. Widowy in Ohio. There's a widow sock NATO in Ohio. Guys, if you don't speak English, Fry is gonna ban you. You're my little soda pop. You're my little fucking soda pop. What a fucking weird song. Freaks, absolute freaks. Absolute K-poop freaks. Jacob always made sure to send them off like he did his mother, when they were totally unaware and at peace. And the first few times he left them looking like they were sleeping, but as time went on, Jacob became more and more curious about the bodies of the children he helped, and he started to experiment. During the first instance in which this curiosity took hold, Jacob took a sharp piece of flint he'd found in a nearby riverbed and cut open the child's stomach. He was surprised to find their insides were just like those of the animals he killed, that they had all the same strange biological contraptions stuffed inside of them. Jacob wondered how God could make people the same way he made the beasts that scurried about the earth, and each time he cut open his victims, he hoped things would be different. But each time, they were always the same. There was always the same terrible smell, and there was always that terrible mess that he had to clean up afterwards, unless he wanted the smell. This is quite dark, though, I suppose. You're my little soda pop. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Everyone in the chat is my literal soda pop. Pergy, I thought you were going to Betty Bye. It's time for you to get tucked in, snug as a bug in a rug, and take a wee little bit of a sleepy poop. What's you guys' flavor? You guys are my little soda pops, but you guys are all just a bunch of Diet Dr. Pepper's Zero Sugars, which is my favorite. Okiyosu Nijimura with a 5. If you keep that soda pop thing going, you're gonna end up like the guy from the Poggers story. Which happened to him? Poggers story. What the heck happened? Poggers story. My boyfriend literally cannot stop saying Poggers, r/no sleep. Oh my god, wait, did I read this on my channel? It seems so familiar. It started out innocently enough. I was reading on the bed while my boyfriend Charlie was playing on the computer with his friends. I don't play many games, so it's interesting to listen to the things he says to his friends. And I swear I read this one before. 6, 7. Are you just not getting Pergy's humor? Is it a bit odd? He just loves very aggressively. And sometimes that love extends to arriving at people's homes and giving them a really, really tight hug. You did read it. I was stoned. It fucking killed me. That's funny. Thank you for the 5. He's on my roof. It's gonna come through the chimney. Joel does remember stories. I do. Sometimes. Okay. There was always that same terrible smell, and there was always that terrible mess that he had to clean up afterwards, unless he too wanted to smell like the dead. Jacob continued to experiment with the bodies of the children he helped, but thankfully, there wasn't a carnal bone in his body. His butchery retained a childlike innocence about it. His dissection was exploration. Although whether or not that brought any comfort to the parents of the deceased is not for me to say. And after around a dozen instances of performing his own post-mortem examinations, Jacob settled on decapitation as his preferred form of play. He'd saw through the necks of dead children. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ, this is pretty freaking dark. You have SLE, systemic lupus. It's my nervous system, not super fun. My kidneys are pretty messed up too. If it was just me, I would say forget it, but I have kids, so I keep doing this. What are we talking about?
Was that the story of Jacob Bowling? Is he in chat? Jacob, is this story about you when you were a little guy?
He would saw through the necks of dead children with a hacksaw that he'd stolen from an unlocked garage, and then he'd spend days, sometimes even weeks, playing with them and talking to them. Jacob particularly enjoyed how, at a certain number of hours after death, he could shape and mold the children's facial features to whichever expression he desired. He could make them appear happy, or sad, or sometimes even angry. But Jacob didn't like it when they looked angry. Instead, he preferred to make them look sad, at least until he explained that they were going to heaven to live with Jesus and all the angels. And after that, he changed their expression to make them happy. Jacob made a lot of friends that way. Friends he had a great deal of difficulty saying goodbye to. And so before long, Jacob found himself carrying around a small audience in a blood-stained sack. Jacob knew the children's heads couldn't talk back to him. He figured they might be able to hear him, but he understood enough about death to know that a two-way conversation was impossible. At least, he believed that to be the case. Until one day when the freshly severed head of a young girl suddenly opened her eyes and her mouth began to move. Jacob gasped when he saw it happening, and then a wide smile stretched his lips. Stretching my lips. It's pouring rain here in Oregon. Guys, it's not supposed to rain in Oregon. It's the end of the fucking world. When the weather isn't exactly what I want it to be in the moment, it's God's wrath. It is literally God's wrath. Make me hit the salt bong 27,000 times. Jacob comments on your videos. He writes updates from his surgery and his road recovery. Haven't you seen them? That's true. I think last time he said something he was gonna become a sort of a Frankenstein's monster type post-surgery situation, or they went to do a surgery on his shoulder, but I don't know, maybe they cut something off of him that they shouldn't have cut off. I forget. Yummers. Jacob gasped when he saw it happening, and then a wide smile stretched across his lips as he realized he was witnessing a miracle. The little girl's eyes blinked and rolled before her gaze finally came into focus and landed on him. After staring blankly for a few moments, she returned his wide smile, and with a voice so sweet and slow it was like warm molasses, she spoke to him. "Hello, Jacob," she said. He remembered the girl telling him her name was Sadie, and so that's what he greeted her as. But after a playful, lilting giggle, the girl informed him her name wasn't Sadie, not anymore at least. But that didn't matter. All that mattered was that she had a very special message for him, one that had come from far, far away. In a voice that only Jacob could hear, the little girl told him all about a place where he and all the children he'd sent to heaven could play together. He wouldn't have to cart around their heads anymore. He wouldn't have to line them all up in a row to silently watch as he sang songs or danced the jitterbug. They'd all be made whole again by resurrection of the flesh, and they'd sing and dance together forever and ever until Leviathan swallowed the sun. The prospect delighted Jacob, and his only question involved how he might get to such a magical place. And then, in a voice that was no longer her own, the little girl told Jacob to travel all the way to the Summit County. Colophon. The OG night owl.
It's so funny. My friend has like a big Saint Bernard, and I was like making like cooing noises, like, and it was so funny. He's so big. He's genuinely like the size of a saber-toothed tiger, and like every time I would make the cooing noise, he would tilt his head to the side with his big like sloppy jowls, just like, huh, and then attack me. He's like, what the fuck, you fucking demon, I'm gonna kill you. Think I'm a bird? He's funny though. He's such a good boy. He's almost a year, that Saint Bernard. His name's Herbie. Herbert the pervert, because he always has a red rocket fucking boner hanging out. Fully loaded, yeah. A completely retractable chapstick. Or not chapstick, lipstick. Then, and in a voice that was no longer her own, the little girl told Jacob to travel all the way to Summit County, Colorado, to a place called the Colophon Hotel. Jacob hadn't the foggiest idea of what a colophon was, and besides, he was only vaguely familiar with the concept of a hotel. But he knew what Colorado was, and with that same otherworldly voice in his ear, guiding him and keeping him on course, he'd make it to Colorado in just a couple of weeks, give or take. Jacob walked, rode the trails, hiked through forests, and plodded over fields, and he did so for months. He collected a few more friends along the way. Wait. He'd make it to Colorado in just a couple of weeks, and he did so for months. Should we change that, since we're here? So it says, and keeping course, he'd make it to Colorado in just a couple of weeks, give or take. And then it says, Jacob walked, rode the trails, hiked through the forest, and plodded over fields, and he did so for months. I assume if we're given a time frame, we should probably change it, right? It's just funny that they're like right next to each other. Maybe they took a break and came back to the story, but it's all good. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Hi guys, what's today's episode about? So today is a bonus content episode for the members of the channel. And yeah, it's basically about like a haunted, well, not a haunted hotel, but like a hotel where disgusting miscreants gather. I'm in Denver, and I gotta say Colorado's beauty is limited because it's freezing now, so it sucks. I feel you. But it's crazy because sometimes you guys get like even more radically strange weather than like the doomsday cult people talk about, because there will be non-stop the stuff I hear from friends who live in Colorado are like, well, it was fucking snowing yesterday and now it's like 80 today, and then it snows the next day, and it just kind of like is bipolarly strange all the way up until like June or something. Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. And I assume, right, that's what I'm saying, like the complexities of like weather, there's so many different variables coming at you, whether it's like a cold front, warm front, various pressure systems, fucking solar radiation, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, Joel wants to live in Florida. I thought about it earlier. I wouldn't mind living in Florida because then it's just like every day is hot as fuck or it's just hot, you know? It's either summer or it's super summer, as my one friend put it.
But he knew what Colorado was, and with that same otherworldly voice in his ear guiding him and keeping him on course, he'd make it to Colorado in just a couple of weeks. Jacob walked, rode the trails, hiked through forests, and plodded over fields. And he collected a few more friends along the way, spreading grief and anger in a dozen small towns from the Midwest to the mountains before finally arriving in Summit County. He was wide-eyed when he walked through the doors, having never been anywhere so grand in all his life. He'd never bathed in a tub so fancy or slept in a bed so soft. In fact, his only complaint was that his friends hadn't come to pay him a visit yet. I assured him that they'll be visiting very soon, all 42 of them to be exact. But when they arrived, it won't be the play party that Jacob expects.
I'm not really sure if we should change that from like weeks to months, because where did he walk from? Do we know where Jacob was from in that story? The Jacob guy?
Have you ever been to Colorado River, like in a Lawland, Nevada? Super fun.
Where was I? I was in Boulder, Colorado, like over 10 years ago. But I guess we traveled from Denver as well. And it was nice. It was like so many varying like biomes. Like it seemed like there was like red rocks, you know, the mountains, and then there were like the like long distant prairies. I don't know, and then like obviously like the wooded regions. I don't know, it was pretty amazing. What's up, Jorge? Colorado River canoeing. Oh, nice.
Yes. Okay. Just a little bit more. We're almost there. I assured him they'll be visiting very soon, all 42 of them to be exact. But when they arrive, it won't be the play party that Jacob expects. As a matter of fact, I'd go so far as to say that he'd been sold a false bill of goods concerning what goes on in this hotel. Because one night soon, when Jacob is fast asleep, all of his so-called friends are going to pay him a visit. And let me assure you, they are all very angry. But enough about our other guests. Let's get you checked in. I've kept you waiting more than long enough. And now that I think about it, I believe that we can get you booked into room 303. And I trust that you'll be very comfortable there. In fact, I'm counting on it, as you'll no doubt be residing here for far longer than just one night. I also think now's the time to ask yourself a very pertinent question. Given the nature of our other guests, I wonder what exactly it is that you have done that's resulted in you wandering through the doors of the Coffin Hotel.
All right, let's try that one again. Make it sound motherfucking scary, bitch.
I also think now's the time to ask yourself a very pertinent question. Given the nature of our other guests, I wonder what exactly it is that you have done that's resulted in you wandering through the doors of the Coffin Hotel.
Guys, do you think India faked their moon landing? Wouldn't that be funny as fuck? If, like, India went to the moon and then they just, like, when they released footage, it just looked like fucking the absolute, like, worst Bollywood shit you've ever seen in your life. Do not redeem. Well, guys, we're gonna... How many gifted memberships do we get tonight? I'm curious. I'm very, very curious. When they landed, they tripped. It's just like so blatantly obviously like taking place inside of like a studio. Alright, we're gonna gift some of these. I'm thinking 20. Was there at least 20? I feel like there was like 20. There you go, friends. At least now you'll get to experience the fully edited version of the bonus content, should you want to give it a try. Welcome. But yeah, much love to you guys. Thank you for hanging out for this bonus stream. I think I'll be back tomorrow, but I'll let you know, I guess, on Instagram at letsread.official. You can also hit the notification bell over here to be alerted whenever new streams are up. Or if you want to listen to the old ones, go to the live stream tab or playlist. Hey Mira, what's up? You just getting here? Love you too. Love you wrong time. Love you wrong time. He won't be back tomorrow. I think I will. I think I can. I think I can. I'm gonna start digging in my butt. Oh yeah, I guess I wouldn't be able to do and I remember thing because this is a bonus content. First stream I caught is fun. Have a good night. Thanks, Tequila. Good to see you. Yeah, do you guys want to ask me any questions or talk about anything before I go? I guess we could just blabber for a bit since it's just like bonus content. We could do a bit of blabbering. Who designed the choreography for the dance? You know, I think that was like a preset for that one. Like if I forget exactly where Robin got that or inputted that preset, but I think a lot of like random baseline animation systems like have that dance because you can apply it to like any sort of animation model or whatever. Okay, you're forcing me to go to bed. A year and 6 months to be specific, I will return to your walls. That sounds nice. Have you ever been offered a voice acting role? What would you want? Basically like anything from like, yeah, main character. Yeah, I guess that, that kind of cringe shit kind of thing, like main character, but then like, also the evil guy voice. You know what I mean? Like you can just do all those kinds of, really anything. I would be down to do fucking like any fucking character ever in a animation or a movie or and it doesn't have to just be anime bullshit. It'd be good Kira or L. Yeah, there's gotta be something out there. But yeah, I don't know. It'd just be sweet, yeah. Or hentai. We can get a job. I mean, we need to pay the bills somehow, right? With giant fucking tentacle arms. But no, I've never done any sort of like voice acting stuff or like in the official capacity. Like, I mean, obviously I've voice acted on here. I've done obviously thousands of hours of narration. And then now I'm on like the No Sleep podcast, so I get to do some character acting there as well. So it's, and I've taken a decent amount of like classes in my private time just for fun and shit. And I definitely feel very coachable. If you were to just like toss me into a voice acting studio and told me to be a certain character, like I genuinely do feel that I have like the innate IQ to be coached to get what you want out of me, But do you go into your phone as soon as you wake up? I do, yeah. It's kind of just like instinctual, which is both good and bad, but I don't fucking know. Post cringe on main, I should. I mean, it would be sick to be on the show for sure. How that's going to happen, I don't know. I mean, I'm currently in communication with like an agency, but it's just, I don't know. I don't really know what their end goal is. This agency is kind of weird because it's like it seems like their major focus is like the podcasting side of things and like negotiating like a better deal for, your podcast distributor. But it just doesn't really make much sense why that's their like main focus. Like, because I have all these other things, like talents, that I feel like I could bring profit to them, you know what I mean? But they seem very focused on getting their 10% of a pre-existing contract that they would quote-unquote renegotiate. But to me, it just seems kind of stupid. Like, you're almost trying to, like, parasitically grab 10% from as many podcasts as you possibly can while essentially bringing no further benefit. I can get you a job fixing up sheetrock. That's awesome. Maybe one day, honestly. Oh, man. How's the gym situation going? It's getting better, honestly. Like, we've got, like, people in place managing the finances and, you know, taking on, like, you know, following up with leads and getting new leads and building up, like, corporate connections. And it's just basically looking much better. I have a lawyer that's going to, like, help work out our operating agreements, so, like, everybody feels like they're, you know, appropriate or whatever. But Joel is submissive. His voice, Matsuda. Matsuda. Do the evil voice again. Evil. You want evil? How about fucking cringe? You in a gym now? Very epic. I will join your walls. You should, dude. That'd be sick. Come in and get fucking swole. Joel-kun, yamate kudasai. Yamate kudasai. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like if I got into anime, I would fully accept the fucking cringe shit. I don't give a fuck. Cringe is cool. Being cringe is fucking millennial core as fuck, and I'm okay with that shit. Just be a fucking nerd. Just be a weird Tylenol-eating nerd. Joel, I can coach you. Will I really get what I want? Sit in a rocking chair by my bed and read me to sleep? Wake me up, then put me to sleep again? That's part of the coaching. Be a nerd and get paid, yeah. I don't know. I think it would be fun to, you know, be a part of that realm of voice acting, just to, like, you know, be on the road, maybe to go to shows, or be on the road in, like, studio and, like, make friends with those other people. It'd just be fun to, like, make new social interactions with, like, people who are, like, creative. Because I remember that's, like, a really satisfying feeling, like, interacting with other people who are, like, kind of in the same realm of creative direction, you know. Joel is the whimsy in life. I bring a pretty strong sense of whims. What's my gym called? I mean, I can't really say, just because, you know, it'd be kind of like doxing myself, but it's, you know, just a part of my life I like to share. Probably maybe share too much, but it is what it is. I'm your Tylenol hero. I wanted you to dub anime like the Ghost Story. Dude, I know, dude. There's literally no better anime, in my opinion, than Ghost Stories. Like, that shit was so funny. It turned, like, the most mediocre, generic shit, because it was still, like, a solid storyline if you think about it. Like, you still got, like, baseline what you normally get from animes, which is just sort of like some fucking monster of the week bullshit, right? But it just had, like, really funny, silly, goofy humor dubbed over it to, like, fill in the in-between for the dialogue. And I'm like, that's how, like, in my opinion, most entertainment should just be. It's just a fucking parody of itself with, like, the structure of a normal story. I play D&D and have been a nerd before most of you were born darlings. Wait, what? I know a Japanese dude who does voice acting and translations. He's crashing out about AI taking over his job. Oh, fuck, that is tough, man. Yeah, I mean, realistically, within that corporate world, like, I'm fortunate where I don't necessarily have, like, obviously a boss at Let's Read, right? It's like, it's my channel, it's pre-established, I make money here, you guys come and listen. I don't plan on using AI to, like, voice any of this shit. And so it will forever just be my human touch, my squeezy, grippy touch. But you know what I mean? Like, it's, but I can, like, almost completely understand in, like, a weird way why a corporate entity that's making anime, probably using AI to animate, to do the music, to fucking write the script, to like fucking, you know, voice it. Like, I can understand why they would, because it saves money and it's easy and they make money. You know, it's just like the natural capitalistic direction with most things. Would I like them not to? Certainly, but I guess I have to just kind of come to be thankful for the fact that I get to participate within the realm of like independent content creation, because it seems like most of those guys end up coming this direction anyways, whether those voice actors are trying to sell you on some stupid fucking voice acting classes or voice acting book or voice acting school, or you know what I mean? They're always trying to like, or they go to the conferences and, you know, you pay them $50 for them to like, you know, put their cock print on a picture. Like, would you get into the narrating business now if you knew about AI voice cloning? I mean, it would be hard. I mean, it's hard enough to like start a narration channel at this point in general on YouTube. I'm sure they still do well, but it seems like you kind of have to go with the trends that are popping off, right? So I feel like for me to like actually do well within the realm of like YouTube content creation, especially if it's like horror, I would have to do something that's outside of the box, like, because at this point it's like even the true crime people. Oh, hi kitty. Hi baby. It's always a pleasant surprise when he does his little baby shark between the legs. Jim Bro with Joel Swollery Hole. Welcome to my Swolly Hole. I don't know, man. What would you guys do? Like, what would be your YouTube channel if you could start it now? Like, would you want to be a Mr. Ballin type? Would you want to be curating scary videos and telling everybody about what's happening in the scary video? Would you want to be reading scary stories? Would you want to be like, or if you did any of those things, what would be like the little gimmick, you know, new bullshit that you would add to it? Or would you add anything to it? Because if you think about it, like that one, what's that one channel? I don't even know what it is. It just like popped off out of nowhere, just copying Mr. Nightmare directly, but it was called like Scary, I don't even fucking know, Scary fucking Mr. Scary Spooky shit. Like, oh, you know, sometimes they just pop off and you just like, oh, okay. I'd want to be far away from YouTube. What, as far as creating stuff? I mean, I feel like you're going to have to use YouTube to a degree if you want to promote any of your creative endeavors. Mr. Beast, but everyone is forced to live underground for 10,000 years. Mr. Night, Mr. Spooky Night Scare Spooky. Yeah, where's Mr. Toilet? Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I look at this YouTube thing and I'm just like, it's just a fucking fluke. It's just a random fluke that this shit worked out the way it did. I mean, what's the other channel? Saturn Soul? How's that one doing? Let's see. Yeah, 11 days ago, 13k views, 3 weeks ago, but then this one, 202,000 views. Like, I genuinely don't really know how to, like, this one, the most sadistic cult in American history, thumbnail, the Ripper cult, and just gets 202,000. So I guess maybe it's just the topic or whatever. Well, let's see. This other one, the student with a secret no one saw, suddenly has bumped up to 37,000 views. So we've switched up some of the titles, and it seems like switching up the titles seems to draw people in. I don't know. YouTube's fucking weird, man. I would want to read funny stories. I think it's hard to find anything with narrators. That's true too. Definitely like, really when it comes down to comedy, it's just about your delivery. If you just find like a certain voice that's a funny voice. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I shit my pants. All my homies love Saturn Soul. Let's go, baby. Alright, well. If no one has anything further, I guess we shall depart for the evening. But I love you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for this. I'll get this up and edited over, obviously, on here on YouTube for bonus content, but also up on the Patreon $5 tier. And, yeah. Say hi to Kitty. I will. I think he's in there shitting right now. But, yeah, I'll probably be back tomorrow night streaming. And, yeah. Love and adoration for all. And I hope you have a great night or day wherever you're at on planet Earth, and I'll see you soon. Okay. Goodbye.